Yeah. I have both. I don't have to worry about that. And Vermilion just showing off what Julia can do right here against Jason.
Right, and being a bit more nimble this time around, maximizing the fact that he does have a wonderful sidestep to his arsenal. Justin, though, looking for the cheeky mix-up and the adjustment.
Welcome to the National Season 3 Tekken Conference. Excuse my excitement, guys. Ang ganda ng intro natin and napaka-exciting ng araw na to. But by the way, ako nga pala si Laika Mea, ang inyong panel host for this day. Kasama ko si Porkun at si Raf. What's up, guys? It's gonna be a very interesting day kasi last day ng group stages natin. So we're about to find out sino yung top 8 natin na makaka-move on into the playoffs. Interesting dahil may potential tiebreakers tayo today. So, aabangan natin yan. Huwag na tayong paligoy-ligoy pa. Tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang nasa standings natin para malaman kung nasa top ba or nasa danger zone ang ating mga players. Ayan, as we can see over here at the top, we've got BRE Maru with 36 points. Following him is SMO Jules with 34 points. Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion with 32 points, AK with 30 points, and Hapon with 29 points. So yan yung first half ng player standings natin sa ngayon. So ito yung mga tao na medyo safe sa ngayon, pero titingnan natin how the day will unfold. Now, let's take a look at the other half of the standings, shall we? Ito. Ayan, meron tayong nakikitang line which is the danger zone dito sa ating standings. As we can see, Signal Ultra Warriors, Kunicat, and Happy Feet Emperor's Coffee Prince are currently tied with 26 points. Si Machinehead medyo alanganin with 24 points and Jason over here with 21 points. So, medyo malaki-laki yung hahabulin ni Jason dito. Pero, pag-uusapan natin si Jason more on later. Napaka-interesting ng storyline na posibleng mangyari dahil sa mga matches ni Jason. But for now, let's actually focus on Don Argus. Yan, Happy Feet Emperor's Don Argus. Yeah, he was actually eliminated from the previous game day. Eliminated na siya sa ating group stages. However, Poru, Raf, he still has the potential to play spoiler para kay Kunicat. So let's actually take a look at his performance over here. Porokun, simula Challenger Series, nakita na natin si Don Argus. Ano bang masasabi mo tungkol sa player na to?
He is one of the players talaga that has the most heart dito sa competition. It can be seen sa gameplay niya. Una sa lahat, ganun niya din-describe yung gameplay niya, right? Na puso talaga. He's not the type na nag-take down ng notes. really very instinctive, and it shows in his gameplay and in his grit na rin to actually fight for the points that he needed. He gave it his all, and he definitely can be proud of his performance dito sa the Nationals.
Lahat naman tayo proud na proud din sa performance niya. He may have fallen short, pero that doesn't mean na we love him any less. Now let's take a look at this fight for survival. Raf, take a look at this. 26 points, 24-21. Ano ba ang masasabi mo sa mga players on the screen right now?
I mean, just looking at this group of players alone, we all know how dangerous they are, and just to highlight the fact that they are in the danger zone with such heavy hitters like Machinehead, Coffee Prince, will really will really test how far Jason and Kunicat have adapted throughout the season. Because like I said, these are veterans versus fresh draftees.
That's true.
Yes, it is very tough. I think that one thing that is noticeable, tulad nga ng sinabi mo, tatlo dito from the draft series pa. So very interesting how these guys were able to adapt throughout the season and how they're faring so far. But Porukun, ikaw, ano naman masasabi mo sa mga players natin dito?
Definitely worth noting nga talaga na galing sa draft series yung mga players na to. But only Kunicat is actually the one who is brand new here. And he has been playing really well recently. Far above what was originally expected from him. Pero that is exactly what they are here to do naman dito sa Pro League. They want to really reach the top, and it's showing in how they play, their evolution with their characters, and now it's going to be really tough on their nerves din kasi kailangan nila yung points. Sobrang lapit ng points nila, and anything can happen today in the very few matches that we have.
Yes, indeed. Actually, kinakabahan talaga ako kasi syempre may mga talent predictions and kami dito, guys. And given na fight for survival to, I'm pretty sure that all of the players out here, ibibigay talaga nila lahat. So, parang feeling ko out the window na naman yung mga predictions natin. Pero we'll have to wait and see later on. Pero for now, let's take a look at the top performers for our previous game day. Sino nga ba tong mga to? Oh, we've got the Laos Auto Group Playbook Esports Eagles AK with 5 points. Signal Ultra Warriors Kunicat also with 5 points, and Smart Omega Jules with 6 points. So, Raf, AK started off shaky, but now he's been having a solid run. So, ano ba sa tingin mo yung nagbago? Ano ba yung nag-snap kay AK na gising na, it's time AK? Ano ba yung nagbago?
I mean, there was a period of time in, I think it was in our play-ins, or was it late in the group stage, where AK was very, very close to dipping to the lower half of the standings. But again, we know AK that the first half of the season is usually him trying out new things, whether it be more tangible things like different characters or intangibles like rhythm control and different core concepts of the game. Either way, what he's learned throughout the season has culminated to this. He's been performing super, super well. He's been incredibly imposing, and he's shown why he's won the title so many times now.
Would you agree na may kinalaman to sa kanyang coke buff?
I mean, I don't want to spill his secrets, you know, that there could be some secret stuff, some super secret Discord tech that AK is hiding.
Now, Porukun, si Kunicat, someone that we've been watching ever since Challenger Series 1. He's proven to be a strong opponent, but what else do we know about this guy?
I've been noticing sa kanya, right, na sa tinagal-tagal ng mga laban natin dito sa The Nationals, he's been through ups and downs. There are days na wala siyang points na nakukuha. Pero the thing that I really admire the most about him is that he always looks forward kahit na natatalo siya. Even when we see the player cam afterwards, he's like, okay, that happened. I'm going to move on. I'm going to do better next time. And nakikita naman natin sa mga laban niya, he's stuck with his Kunimitsu and has taken down so many top players like Hapon, yung ibang mga pro players din. And he's really fighting for his chance here, and yung 5 points na nakuha niya yesterday, it definitely helped him out of a tough spot here.
Oo, kasi as we can see, he is in the danger zone. So, kung hindi niya nakuha yung 5 points na yan, it would have been very difficult for him to catch up. And given na, I think he has this momentum going on. After all, 5 points, it's not a joke. It's a huge deal. Malay mo, maka 5 points ulit siya ngayon. Tingnan natin kung paano mag-unfold yan. But Raph, over here, Jules, can I just say, miss na miss ko na yung Jin niya. Do you think we're ever gonna see Jin again from Jules?
I mean, honestly, Jin has suffered quite a bit this season. As Coach Pico would say, Jin requires a bit more discipline. And of course, discipline is not something Jules is lacking. It's just at the moment, with stakes this high, Jules is really digging deep into his pockets, using every single character he has, exploring a lot of options, and he's been doing so well with them that honestly, at this point, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he didn't bring it out. Like, if he would just stick with everything else but Jin.
Yeah.
But hey, that is his old reliable. We'll never know. Because push comes to shove, that may rear its head.
Ooh, you're not wrong though. Like, his strategy for this season has been working really well for him. And ang ganda kasing panoorin na versatile, diverse yung hero pool na itong si Jules. So, ang ganda-ganda rin panoorin on our end. Pero, Jules, I gotta tell you, I missed your Jin. I hope to see him real soon. But yeah, keep up the good work. Now, we've seen the people or the players from the danger zone, and we've seen our top performers. Pero alamin nga natin kung paano ba ang sunod-sunod na laban ngayong araw. So let's take a look at the schedule for today. We've got the first segment, the first two matches. We're gonna have Laos Auto Group Playbook Esports Eagles Jason. So that is gonna be very interesting. Porokun, let's just brush up on this topic a little bit. Ano bang masasabi mo dito sa very interesting first two matches?
Well, ito definitely pinaka-importanting set of matches for Jason. At only 21 points, siya yung nasa pinakababa ngayon, yung pinaka nasa danger zone, kumbaga. And he really needs all of his points if he wants to increase his chances of making it into the playoffs. If he messes up even, well, he can mess up a little bit, pero he definitely wants all the points just to keep his chances alive. At least 3 points, if I'm not mistaken. At least 3 points to keep the hopes alive, pero even then, it's super dangerous para sa kanya.
I would have to agree completely. Now let's take a look at the second segment of today's matches. As you guys can see, Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion and Laos Auto Group Playbook Esports Eagles AK both only have one match for the day. So I would say that buti na lang nakapag-ipon na sila ng points prior to this day kasi grabe yung pressure kapag one match na lang yung natira sa'yo. So Raf, what can you say about the second segment for our matches today?
Again, just the importance of the points can't be emphasized enough, but I'm honestly really interested to see Machinehead versus Coffee Prince because we know Coffee Prince has this buff. When it comes to near playoffs, he just gets incredibly strong. We've seen him play spoiler in the previous seasons, and Machinehead is definitely not safe. He still has to be on his toes, and everyone else on the second segment, still incredibly exciting. Once again, Don Argus, unfortunately, is out of contention, but he still has in the same line as Coffee Prince. He can still play spoiler to Kunicat.
Yeah. Indeed. Yan yung very interesting dito. Ang dami talagang interesting matches kasi nga, points are very crucial. We've always said this, pero today, ito na yung last chance para makahabol ka. So, mas ramdam mo yung pressure, di ba? Kumbaga, nagbayad ka sa jeep, tas kinulang ka ng piso, tas na-realize mo, ganun pala ka-importante yung piso na yun.
Yeah.
Kailangan ko siya ngayon, di ba?
Exactly.
Now, actually, na-mention mo kanina si Coffee Prince at si Machinehead. They are actually our featured match of the day. So, ayan, face-to-face tayo dito. Coffee Prince versus Machinehead. They went head-to-head in the past 3-12, and last time they met 2-1 in favor of Coffee Prince. So, very interesting matchup. Actually, kinausap ko si Machinehead kanina. I just asked him for a message for Coffee Prince. Alam nyo, short but simple, pero ang lakas ng impact. His message was, "May the best man win."
Oh, he's
Wow.
machine.
Napakasimple, pero ang lakas ng dating. Raf, ano bang masasabi mo? Ayan, 50-50. Ayan yung poll natin sa Facebook at sa ating social media. Raf, ikaw ba 50-50 ka sa match nito? I'm sure your prediction says otherwise, pero I wanna know.
It's just, as the days pass, it just becomes increasingly difficult to call who's gonna win or not. And I mean, like, if you had to make me choose, I'd automatically hate you. You're making me do that right now. I'm hating you right now. But all I'm saying is this is honestly the fairest prediction, 50-50, because like I said, Coffee Prince gets that uncanny buff. But history says otherwise for Machinehead.
Wala rin akong masasabi dyan. All I can flex though was I was the top performer last time. So that is a flex for me. Like I went from the bottom and we were top performer with a whopping 78%. Yeah, I have to flex that now because I wasn't the panel host last time. This is my only chance. Ayan guys, so
yes,
for the predictions guys, 50-50. Yan, lagi rin yung nasa isip ko. It's always 50-50 when it comes to these players. Napakagaling nila. But let's take a look at Jason, who is our featured player of the day. Ayan, he's gonna be going up against Hapon and Jules. Ayan, this is the last stand. And I gotta say that this is a befitting featured player of the day because all eyes are gonna be on Jason. Poro, ano bang masasabi mo dito sa ating stats na naka-flash sa kanilang mga screens?
Oh, it's a very terrifying spot para kay Jason. Currently at 9th place. Talagang siya yung nasa pinakadulo nga ngayon and he's fighting against 5th and 2nd. Si Hapon right now currently is pretty safe dun sa pwesto niya. And he's actually really safe. He's pretty much guaranteed na sa playoffs. Same with Jules. Pero ang problem ngayon is Jules. Jules might be looking out for his teammate, Smart Omega Machinehead, and going to be trying to really deny the points mula kay Jason, di ba? So, medyo kailangan mag-ingat-ingat, mag-stretching na si Jason dito ngayon, magdasal-dasal na siya because he's going to need all the help he can get for these two matches talaga.
Oof, that's gonna be a tough one. Raf, naalala natin in the previous seasons that we've had here, Jason and Jules were teammates in the past. So do you think that still has a factor in the match that they're gonna have today?
I mean, definitely Jason has evolved past his former self, but the tendencies could still be there. And if we know any of the Omegas, really, they are so good at nitpicking the minor details, things that a lot of people might overlook. And potentially that tiny chink in Jason's armor could be the opening that Jules needs. But once again, just talking about Jason, since he is our featured player, those are both defensive-minded players that he has to conquer with his unorthodox offense.
Nakaka-intriga talaga kung paano mag-unfold ang lahat ng events natin throughout the day. I can tell you guys this though, they're smiling on the inside, but we're all praying. I mean, we're smiling on the outside rather, but we're all praying that we get our predictions right today. It's gonna be a very terrifying day for our players from the danger zone and for our predictions as well. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, dyan na magtatapos ang ating pre-show. Very exciting matches up ahead, so don't go anywhere. The Nationals is about to start. I'm gonna leave you guys with the very capable hands of our napakapoging casters na si Raf at si Porokun. Best of luck, boys. See you guys later.
And welcome sa the National Season 3 Tekken 7 Conference Group Stages. Ito na yung pinakahuling araw natin ngayon and the players are on the edge of their seats kasi kailangan nila bawat isang points. Kami ang inyong mga casters, Porokun and Raf. And before we get into the action, of course, we just want you to let you know that the Nationals is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusements Board.
That's right. And if you do miss that action, which honestly you shouldn't, you can find the replays of the Nationals on TV. The matches on One Sports and One Sports Plus via Signal TV the day after at 4 p.m. So if you miss it now, which again you shouldn't, don't do it. That's a horrible mistake.
Yeah, just keep watching basically because we have so much stuff that we have so many great matches today that people will have to watch out for talaga. And as we mentioned earlier, talagang ito na yung time na kailangan nila ng points. We have around 5 slots already secured basically dun sa taas ng ating rankings. And there are 4 players left who are still fighting for their chance to get into the playoffs because out of these 10 players, 8 lang yung makapasok. May 2 tayong mawawalang players.
And that being said, it always sucks saying goodbye to the players we have on the Nationals. We've thoroughly enjoyed the shows we got from Gold Standard and Sidestep Lance, and now unfortunately we are yet again at a turning point where, like I said, just so sad to see 2 fantastic players go.
Yeah. just the previous day, Don Argus was finally out of the contention, but he will be having his matches still later on. And nabanggit natin kanina, pwede pa siya maglaro as spoilers for his opponents. Not for AK because AK is already secured sa pinakataas, ang taas ng ranking ni AK, but he will be fighting against Kunicat, who is, as was mentioned, in the danger zone here in the competition. He has plenty of points. Medyo mataas siya dun sa danger zone natin, pero at the same time, hindi mawawala yung possibility na ma-overtake siya. So kailangan pa rin niya makuha lahat ng points niya this time around.
And it's crazy to think that Kunicat was one of our top performers from the previous episode, and he's still in the danger zone. This kid has shown a lot of heart and development, and we are on the last leg of the group stage, and really is now the time. Now is the time for him to elevate even more.
Yeah. Maganda yung naging evolution niya, right? And I like that you brought up na naka 5 points siya earlier in the previous day, di ba? If it happens that hindi niya nagawa yun, he'd be in an even tougher spot this time around. So, great job para sa kanya for getting those points. Pero ngayon, we're gonna have to take a closer look dun sa pinaka-importanting matches right now ng ating player na nasa pinakababa ng rankings. Yung talaga nasa pinaka-danger zone ngayon, si JS5N, because he'll be starting off against Hapon. So, that's LPE JS5N versus STIE Olympians Hapon.
Once again, as I mentioned, JS5N has a very, very tall order fighting these incredibly defensive-minded players. And first on the list is going to be Hapon. Now, JS5N, we've seen him be incredibly strong at his peak, but at the same time, we've also seen a bit of a lull of his action. Right now, he cannot have that. It is a beautiful, beautiful day. It would just be so unfortunate to see him drop precious points.
Yeah. If any time is the time para talagang i-ramp up niya yung play niya, this is it. Kasi kailangan niya yung points, and he's going to be up against some of the toughest players. In their previous match, against Hapon, it was a bit of a struggle, pero right now, let's see kung ano magagawa niya, especially with the changes made on his main character, Armor King. But he also, of course, has the King pick na inuuna niya dati, and also has that curveball Kunimitsu whenever he thinks the Jaguars aren't just gonna cut it.
That's right. And today, either way, if he's gonna go for any of the Jaguars or the Ninja, he has to bring his A game, because on the other side of the war zone is going to be an E-Olympian named Hapon. Hapon absolutely deadly with that Leroy, 100% win rate. No slouch on Eddie, as well as that is his signature character, as well as his incredibly explosive geese. Now, Hapon, man, just so much to say about this player. Oh my goodness.
Well, definitely one of the more well-rounded players dito sa the Nationals, right? Yung tipong hindi mo sasabihin sobrang defensive, sobrang offensive. He's more of a thinker when it comes to playing the game, even when it comes to his choices as well. Yung Leroy pick niya na 100% is at 2 picks. And he picked it at such an interesting... He picked it in such a way that kapag kailangan niya, basically. It's one of those picks that he brings out when he thinks it's going to favor him, just like with any of his other picks.
That's right. His approach to the game is like solving a puzzle, It's not one size fits all. It's always the most appropriate thing for the appropriate situation, and that could possibly be one of the things that make this matchup very interesting, because we know JS5N, like I mentioned, he is an incredibly flashy and unorthodox offensive type player. Meanwhile, we have Hapon, who's always trying to piece things together. Oh, just an explosive bout, don't you think, Maru?
Yeah. Piece things together, parang nagsosolve lang siya ng puzzle lagi. Pero yung laro ni JS5N, parang siyang puzzle na may laging parang nag-e-evolve eh. Nagbabago-bago siya just because of the things na lumalabas sa utak niya. He plays his characters, as you mentioned, unorthodox talaga. We can see them right now. JS5N looking nice and comfortable right there. Hapon still rocking those bangs na ibig sabihin may tinatago na naman siya. Let's see kung may ilalabas siyang kakaiba. Actually, behind him, that's gold standard.
That is the gold standard, and I think Hapon has been getting some hair care tips from Gold Standard, because that is a mighty head of hair there.
Ang ganda nga eh, parang shinare ni Gold Standard yung shampoo tips niya. Kaya parang ang lambot ng bangs ni Hapon.
Right. And there's just so many secrets we can't expose, whether it be in the game or outside of the game, and it just really proves how interesting these people are outside of the game.
Yeah. Now, these two players, let's talk about what their possible picks will be dito sa matchup na to, right? Because previously, Hapon actually brought out his Eddie against Jason, and that's going to be interesting. Eddie did receive a few changes dito sa game na to, pero more on the consistency side of things and nothing that we can actually call major na buff. So I would like to see kung ilalabas niya ulit this time around yung character, if it's going to be effective against Jason, especially on a powered up Armor King, kung ilalabas nga ni Jason.
That's right. And honestly, I've said this so many times, I could sound like a broken record. Jason has been very, very good against that Eddie matchup, at least on the things that he should be doing, like the down back 2-4. But in Hapon's case, he could potentially just go right for the throat, might get that Leroy front and center. Even
Right.
that Geese is really, really viable because we all know Geese. He has a lot of damage with a respectable amount of resource.
Yeah, that's true. He needs the resource, but still lots of damage on his end. And compare if Jason has been favoring the Armor King, right? And compared naman kay King kasi, he's more of a striker that rather than a grappler. So going for the Geese Howard with the reversals as well, and even the Leroy Smith with the parry is definitely a good choice. Pero that is kung yun nga yung mangyayari. If Jason is still going to be favoring the Armor King, yes it is. Oh, we're gonna see a battle of the buffed characters.
Yeah, and the thing about Armor King versus King, Armor King is cooler. There's just no there's no fight between that, guys. Come on now. This dude is wrestling in a suit of armor that's probably heavier than he is. But talking about heavy, once again, the stakes of this match
yeah.
are through the roof.
Yeah, sobrang taas ng stakes dito. Jason cannot drop a single game. He can, pero he'd better not because he's going to need every single point. 80 to 20% ang talent picks dito in favor of Hapon. Let's see, very patient so far at the first seconds of the match.
And we already see Jason trying to leverage the range advantage of Armor King on Eddie here, as Hapon will actually land first blood in the counter hit department with that DF2.
Jason already almost close dun sa kanto. He's gonna want to try to fight his way out. Sinusubukan niya mag-sidestep out of the way, and he can take advantage of the movement ni Armor King. But Hapon is really keeping him pinned there. Jason already in the red, gets it by the elbow, and then the quick low, and that's a first game immediately para kay Hapon.
Just like that, we see the first round of the day just go by super quickly. Jason gets a bit of a float here, gets the second hit of the combination, but so far, no real damage. Hapon though, nearly gets punished for that, but no dice, he stays safe.
Medyo risky yung naging punish. Hindi ganun ka-consistent yung range ng shoulder ni Armor King at it didn't work out. Now, Jason is in the red, pero Hapon, he is in the corner, so yung real estate advantage na kay Jason dito ngayon. He's backing back into the center, though, giving Hapon some room to breathe here. The low comes in from Hapon. He's trying to find the last hit on Jason here, but unable to do so just yet. A low parry from Jason, Raf!
Super clutch. Jason does have rage available and he chooses to spend it. This is gonna give him a bit of time to breathe, but this freshly buffed Armor King has way more damage in his arsenal. What's for breakfast for Hapon? Because one Shining Wizard could end this all. Oh!
The knee, the massive knee mula kay Jason ties things up. One round apiece between these two. Ayaw niya magbigay din ng points. Gusto niya matalo tong si Hapon, and he's looking good. That was a pretty good round para sa kanya.
Right, once again, Jason being super mindful of the spacing here. Hapon doing a great job of not falling for the traps, going for the evasive moves here, and actually chipping away at Jason's health with no response.
Sobrang systematic, going for the lows and the mids at the right moments and then finishing him off with that mid as well. Not even combos Hindi yung combos yung nagtanggal ng buhay ni Jason. Simpleng pokes lang from Eddie Gordo and it was working real well. But now Jason getting the early damage in this round has the advantage so far. Oh, a little bit too far there for the wall, pero ang laki na nang nabawas kay Hapon.
Right, that dust boot still doing a lot of work and this wall spat could be the end for Hapon. He's still alive? No, not anymore.
That was some scary stuff. Jason going for the mid option after nung low kick niya. And that was wise decision kasi tunamaan si Hapon. Working out well. Last round here in this match between these two players. Jason trying to hold steady with the defense pero nakailang pitik na sa kanya si Hapon.
right. Upon once again getting these unresolved pokes that Jason has to deal with. Look at all that damage piling up, and it's still continuing. 35 seconds, but it does look like Jason gets a bit of a launch here.
Tries to push to the wall. Medyo masyadong malayo para kay Jason. Goes for the throw. Medyo na-buff yung throw game ni Armor King. Definitely gonna want to try that. But oh my goodness! The wall bounce comes in. He gets the wall splat as well. And the shoulder for the finish. 3 rounds para kay Jason. 3-2. And he takes the first game.
I can't take this. This is not good for my health. My heart is racing. Jason is playing with fire. Oh my goodness. Hapon goes for the bit of flick on the stairs. Like, yes.
Yeah.
First round. Still getting there. Warming up. Refreshing myself. Oh my goodness.
Cola ba yun? Cola ba yun? Nako. Umiinom na rin ng cola si Hapon. That might be a dangerous sign here because as an Eagle, Jason knows the power of that cola mula sa teammate niya. Pero let's see kung same nga yung magiging effect kay Hapon. Baka mamaya mag-short circuit siya. Iba pala yung pagkakabuo kay Hapon dito eh. But yeah, that was really good performance on that Armor King. Took quite a few risks and it's amazing I like how he goes for the wall bounce whenever he can, and that definitely was the one that won him that round dun sa huli.
That's right, and that thing is only -11 if I'm not mistaken. FF4 AK, the Das boot, is such a great move, both for damage and, of course, well, a lot more damage. Right now, Hapon is now playing with both of his eyes because if I remember correctly, one of his eyes was covered when we saw the player cam. So now he's playing at full strength.
Yeah, medyo ano na siya, magiging sakto na yung depth perception niya. Pero even with hindered depth perceptions, ang ganda ng punishment niya, saktong-sakto lahat. And he's always staying out of range kapag kaya, di ba? That was pretty impressive performance with only one eye. And let's see if he's going to be able to do even better. Right now, he's playing with both eyes. And if he's going to change characters.
On the side of Jason, though, Jason has really shown aptitude for fundamental play. And we see that quite a lot of from him. But I think his biggest challenge as a developing, or at least he's going to try and develop, is to mix that with this unorthodox and very, very unpredictable playstyle. And I feel like if he can realize that in this match, he's going to be incredibly dangerous.
Let's see if that's going to happen here. Going into the Infinite Azure, gusto ni Hapon ng onting space. Well, not onting, ang daming space niyan para makagalaw yung Eddie Gordo just to take advantage of the backdash here. Goes for the throw, good break from Jason.
That's right, Jason does not want any of those throws here, but Hapon doing damage anyway with these pokes. Jason, though, tries to go for a down back 3 but gets launched into space.
Yeah, sobrang risky no move na yon. It's not the fastest low, pero para sa iba, medyo unseeable siya. Hapon just making quick work of Jason with 7 golden letters. Perfect round para sa kanya. Jason right now has to reconsider his choices. Gets launched. Oh no.
Oh no, indeed. That was a huge read from Hapon. And Jason, though, beautiful punish on that handstand. And even better execution on the instant Shining Wizard finish.
Hindi niya kailangan gawin yan pero gagawin pa rin niya anyways. And that's just how Jason plays now. He's poking away at Hapon, evening out the life kahit paano, keeping him checked with that really long range mid kick.
That's right, and Hapon and Jason covering so much distance as if this is Euro Truck Simulator, but now Hapon getting in Jason's face. Jason is glowing red though, additional damage, but oh my goodness, that is such a tasty punisher.
Yeah, yun yung na-update kay Eddie Gordo eh. Yung forward 2-3 niya, mas malaki na yung advantage afterwards. So medyo napaisip si Jason kung anong gagawin niya next. Going for the right options is Hapon. But now Jason, he has to really gear himself up. That huge counter hit from Jason is gonna help him out. Gets the blue sparks and the running ender afterwards. And laki ng advantage kaagad. The knee into the follow-up. Hapon, 1 hit away from getting taken down in this round. Jason right now being patient, being very defensive. But there it is, the mid kick.
Jason looking so good. He still has a lot of rounds, and if anything, he needs a sweep to get this back in his hands. My goodness, Hapon with a defense though.
Yeah, you called for the sweep, dinigay niya yung sweep, pero Hapon was ready for it as well. Now Hapon going for some lows of his own. Long range punish, very risky with that shoulder, pero gumana this time around. Now Hapon once again chipping away at Jason. Oh no!
Oh no!
There it is. the finish from Hapon. 3 rounds to 1. 1 match apiece na dito kay Jason, which limits his points to a maximum of 2. And baka hindi pa ibigay ni Jason because right now mukhang ang ganda ng basa niya dun sa Armor King.
That's right. And again, the margin for error just continuously shrinks for Jason. Just dropping that match against Hapon, and Hapon still flipping his hair like crazy. Once again, hiding that eye to, I would say, suppress the power of depth perception.
Yeah, parang yeah, I think it's definitely it both helps him out and doesn't help him out at the same time. But it's looking good so far with that with the readjustment against the Armor King.
Eddie is a 2D character anyway. It's not like he can sidestep or anything. But
Yeah,
yeah, again, the adjustments from both these players have been absolutely fantastic. It's just, we know Hapon is this adaptoid, you know, he adjusts so quickly on the fly.
Yan yung pinag-usapan natin earlier. He likes to think with his character. And with the Eddie Gordo na talagang hinasa na niya with years of experience dito sa game na to, he's known as one of the best Eddie players here in the country. Talagang alam niya kung paano i-adjust yung gameplay niya. He knows what Eddie can do, what he cannot do, and how to respond with the adjustments that Jason seems to be making. And I'm pretty sure nakatulong din yung Infinite Azure because as you mentioned, Eddie Gordo is definitely a 2D character. Hindi ganun kaganda yung sidestep niya. Pero historically, actually Armor King din, di ba? He's a pretty big character here in the game.
Now, why would you... I was directing the attention away from Armor King sidestep. Now you gotta expose Armor King like that? Come on, man. But yeah, again, both these characters just not having the greatest sidesteps in the world. But you gotta expose me like that, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it's true.
Yeah.
So, that's also an interesting aspect dito sa match na to. So, both of them, very lateral yung magiging movement nila. Back and forth lang with each other. Trying to play with the range game and try to sidestep when it's safe. Kasi if they're gonna try to sidestep yung options to opponent, that might not be as successful as with other characters.
That is definitely true. As Hapon will have to face Jason in a stage where there are walls now. Jason goes for the low blow just to try to open things up, but Hapon gives him a light slap. Don't do that.
Simpleng titik lang. Wag mong gawin yan. Jason still going for those mid checks and trying to play the range game here against Hapon. Trying to keep him out kasi yung poking ni Hapon medyo nagiging sagabal talaga para kay Jason eh. Hapon trying to get in real close against Jason just to get a chip of that life.
That's right. Up close and personal is somewhere Hapon wants to be and Jason does not. Wants to observe that social distancing. But now the rodeo! Oh my goodness, and that is a huge dark uppercut.
Yo, the range doon, talagang good adjustment from Jason. The drop, however, but Hapon is in the red, spends the rage drive immediately, makes up na naman, goes for the low, 8 seconds left, and a huge launch. The risk from Hapon here, he's gonna steal away this round from Jason with authority. That is an incredible risk on the side of Hapon.
Incredible risk. Now Jason might be reeling from that one. That was quite a bit of morale damage, but Jason still looking proud here, trying to grab as much damage as he can. But Hapon, as slippery as this character is making it very, very hard.
The fact na humihiga basta-basta si Eddie Gordo really gives Jason a lot to think about when it comes to poking around, right? Kasi if you go for anything careless, Hapon is going to make you eat so much damage. He has the low launcher, the mid launcher as well. So Jason right now has a lot of stuff to think about. Gets clipped in the air as well with the screw. This might be it, not quite. One single strand of health left on Jason's end. He's gonna try to make a comeback at 30 seconds left on the match.
That's right, Jason has to do his best cockroach impression here to survive against all odds, but Hapon doing such a great job of keeping everything away. Get off me! And there's just no time in the world for Jason to come back, and now Jason is on the verge of only getting 1 point.
He really tried hard here, pero doon nagpakita yung talagang defensive prowess ni Hapon, right? Against all the offense that Jason was trying to throw. Basang-basa niya, nakikita niya kung saan siya pupunta dapat. Even in stance, he even sidestepped in stance as well. Now Jason is really thinking about what to do. That is the right choice there. Gets the float up on Hapon and goes for another complicated combo.
That's right, he does get the chain grab, but Hapon wants no part of it. Another low blow just to keep Hapon honest here. The second hit, the shoulder. Is this the signs of life that Jason needs?
Ito na yun ang pagbabalik ni Jason. He's trying to mount a comeback here, wants to rise once again in this match against Hapon. But let's see how he can do it. He's trying to go for the plus frames as well, but the movement of Eddie Gordo just keeping him out of range.
My god, I saw the low blow getting blocked. I was like, thank Christ, that is only minus 14 these days. But Jason still getting absolutely hammered by Hapon's offense right now.
The Ipanema wings, it's so annoying to deal with Jason hanging by a thread, and there it is, the low from Hapon takes him out systematically bit by bit, and Hapon continues to take away points here in the Nationals. Jason walking away with only 1 point. Makakatulong sa kanya pero medyo slim na yung chances niya talaga dito sa ating group stages.
And again, Jason, we know his upper ceiling. We know what he's capable of, but oh my goodness, just the sheer, I would say the pressure of being in his situation is definitely a variable that he has to consider. Before we can get into that, we have to look into the highlights on how Hapon basically shined very, very well in that matchup.
Yeah. Jason was really forced into the massive defensive here against Hapon kasi even as a defensive player, Hapon has been finding so many great pokes against Jason, and that's what took most of Jason's life, right? Even at the range, getting the Rising 3+4, yung mastery ni Hapon on distance niya against kay Jason really shined here in this match.
That's right, and Hapon's rhythm was something that Jason just had a bit of trouble reading, and Hapon was doing such a great job of introducing moves with different timing, and it was just so clinical from Hapon. But again, Jason had such great moments in this matchup as well.
Yeah, he had a game plan laban kay Hapon, laban dun sa Eddie Gordo ni Hapon talaga. Even at a range, he is trying to go for the punishes, that mid-check just to keep Hapon honest. Kasi even the RLX stance, yung transition niya, hindi rin naman ganun kabilis. There are chances na mahuhuli niya si Hapon somehow. And Eddie Gordo will transition into that RLX stance and will go for the mix-ups. Like that one na talagang tumama kay Jason. That was the huge heartbreaker na nakita natin earlier. And even in the face of that choice na nagkamali si Jason, he was trying to bring the fight to Hapon.
That's right. And again, the heart and the perseverance of Jason not dwindling, not one bit. But now, what it means is that he has to score a perfect on his next opponent, which could be a very, very intricate and complicated wire to get past.
It's one of... Kung si Hapon, defensive na, yung next na kalaban natin, talagang mas defensive pa. Defensive specialist, the iron wall of Smart Omega Jules. Yan ang kalaban niya ni Jason. It's Jason versus Jules here in our second match in the group stages, day number 5.
And the head-to-head is not kind to our Jaguar savior here, as Jules has had his number in most of their encounters, if not all of them. Now, once again, Jason still has a bit of a tall order. Again, I'm saying it as if it's a lighthearted task. It really isn't. It is of utmost importance that he has to win this.
Yeah, if he wants to make it into the playoffs, he needs to gain all the points that he needs. Actually, he doesn't need the perfect naman. Pero that's what he wants kasi he wants all the points. If he at the very least, he needs 3 points, so he only needs 2 more points to keep his chances alive. Pero even then, he's aasa siya dun sa magiging results ng ibang players. So right now, ito yung kalaban niya, si Jules. Been dangling at the top of the rankings between first and second with characters na hindi pa yung pinaka-main niya eh. We know him as the Jin player na hindi pa niya nilalabas, pero he's been making waves with the Claudio, with the Bob. Hwarang, parang ilang beses lang niya nilabas, pero the Devil Jin, pinaka-recent niyang nilabas ulit, and it is an amazing Devil Jin in the hands of this Omega.
Amazing indeed, as once again, they are very, very true to the data and the sacred books of fundamentals. And just one more time, we introduce our featured player of the day in Jason. His Armor King was looking a little steady, but Hapon was just too tricky for him. A lot of his picks are still on the table and we haven't seen, and maybe potentially we might see that surprise Akuma again.
The thing is, medyo pahirapan pumili ng gagamitin laban kay Jules eh. Dati back in the day, you would think that he's gonna bring out the Jin. Maybe the Bob lalabas. Maliit pa yung character pool niya, but Jules has been steadily increasing his character pool, and there's no way for Jason to know kung alin yung character na ilalabas ni Jules. And Jason doesn't have the biggest character pool, as we saw earlier. The Armor King, the King, the Kunimitsu, and maybe the Akuma. Yun lang yung ilan sa mga pagpipilian niya na naging effective dito sa the Nationals, and he's gonna need effective characters against Jules.
That's right. And there's just this impending sense of urgency for today, especially in Jason's hands. And Jules, oh, no way he's gonna bring that out. I wasn't gonna say this, but Jules also has a Brian that he rarely brings out, right? But once he does, bit of lore here. I remember one time I told Jules, "Hey Jules, I'm gonna get you something if you land an unblockable on your opponent." And then Jules like, "Yeah, okay." And then he TJUs, and I'm like, I guess that counts, man. Come on, like that's not cool. It is, but like, come on, dude.
I was expecting yung gravity blow, yung fast unblockable, sasabihin
Oh,
mo.
no.
It's like the easy way out dun sa sinabi mo. Pero no, it has to be the taunt jet uppercut. Okay. I'd love to see that. Kung ilalabas nga niya yung Brian Fury. Pero I wonder if he's actually going to make that choice, because as we discussed earlier, he wants to open a clean path para dun sa teammate niya na si Machinehead, who is also in the danger zone right now. Right above, if I'm not mistaken, right above Jason at 24 points. Yeah, that's right, 24 points. So he wants to deny as many points as possible against Jason here.
Again, just the paths, the stories of all players, or the players in the danger zone continue to intertwine as the Cyborg Menace will be facing off the not so cool King.
Still pretty cool. Still
pretty cool. But
Yeah.
yes.
We're going to the Devil's Pit though. And this is a pretty classic matchup. Hindi sila yung mga bagong characters here. And look at that talent picks. 90% to 10. Merong isang tumaya kay Jason. I think I know kung sino yan eh. Masyadong obvious kung sino yung mag-cheer kay Jason dito sa the Nationals, but he's going to need all the help he can get here, because Jules has been a dominating force here in the competition. This combo is gonna help out Jason a lot, getting the knee at the end as well.
Got those, man. This is his first match of the day as a King, and he got the hard combos unlocked. But Jules has Rage available, spends it to get the plus frames. Huge resplat here. He's going for the taunt stuff, the down 4 whiffs, and the jab to just keep him out of Jason's space.
My palm to face style from Jason here, keeping it simple against Jules, all the way to the wall once again, pero hindi makakuha ng follow-up pair. That chokeslam is gonna help him out. A reset on the wall, goes for a spike, and a follow-up on the floor. Oh my goodness, a back 4, but Jules does not get the follow-up afterwards.
That's right, and the palm to face style was very effective, but don't get me wrong, ladies and gents, he tried to do it! He tried to do it! This man!
Jason, if there is an opportunity para gawin yung mga gusto niyang gawin, he will go for it talaga. Even yung mga combos niya earlier on, here comes a chain throw. This is what we're talking about. Good break from Jules, goes for the rage drive, try, and Jason responds in return. Throw break after throw break from these two players. That is crazy stuff, and Jules manages to sneak in that quick low, 1 round apiece. Very close match so far.
Sidestep 1 is the Grim Reaper of the start of the round, and Jules looking so sharp with these punishes. Once again, the palm to face style, but definitely not trained wrong. As Jason pushes him closer to the wall, Jules slinks out of it.
Middle side kick from Jules this time around, keeping Jason out of range here. Another jab working in favor of Jason. Tries to go for a wall carry, pero masyadong malayo na naman yung pader. Side wall situation for both players here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Very close in health, but a rising one from Jules. Pulls the combo short. As in nandiyan na yung pader. Good adjustment from his end. Jason right now, a sliver of health. Goes for the mid is Jules. That was a mini mix-up. 18 seconds left, and another quick low from Jules takes away Jason's chances at that round.
I'm just saying, Jules, you've already landed the unblockable. I asked you like so many weeks ago, and you're trying to TJU on one of the grandest stages in the region. You are your own brand of crazy, as they are down to the infinite stage here. Jason still looking quite strong, but is down rounds, and what a whiff punish
Yeah, that is one of the best whiff punishers on Brian Fury's arsenal just because of the range here. Jason not shying back. Jules gets the soccer kick and the mid. Jason is in the red right now, has access to the rage arts and the drive as well. 25 seconds left on the clock. Jules trying to find the last hit. A huge launch from Jason, but he drops it. He doesn't get it, but he still has a chance. Good sidestep from Jason, and that down forward one takes him out. Final round here at the Devil's Pit.
What a sidestep from Jason. Jules though trying to get a lot of mileage off the hatchet, but it's gonna be the 3+4 to do a lot of damage. Jason down to half health.
Not looking good once again para kay Jason here, but this is the first game, and you know Jason even at a deficit hindi yan umaatas. Tries to go for the Shining Wizard. Jules still poking away at Jason. Keep small, but that will be piling up.
Oh my goodness, get your paws off of me. Jules wants none of that. But the nut punch is gonna hit him with a big counter hit. Goes for the brain shot, but no dice. Beautiful punish by Jason, still very much awake. And that's it!
That was a well-placed low from Jason into the follow-up. Takes the first game. Already looking good so far. That's 2 points on the board para sa kanya kaagad dito sa labanan na to. And that's going to push him a little bit closer to that desired playoff spot. Pero he needs one more match para talaga medyo mas maging comfortable siya dito sa laban nila.
And man, I really did not expect Jules to bring out the Brian in such spectacular fashion, but Jason, he is basically cornered right now, and he is fighting for his Nationals Pro League life. And it's really showing. He's been doing so well with that. The sidestep was so incredibly clutch. But now Jules has the luxury of choosing from his growing pool of characters.
Yeah, that Brian pick, medyo hindi na natin nakita yun basta-basta eh. Like, it's not one of the picks na pinupuntahan ni Jules kapag medyo gipit siya. And right now, he has the opportunity to make the change, as you mentioned, and he has a lot of characters na talagang pwede niyang ilabas this time around. He has the Bob, medyo tagal natin hindi nakikita yung Bob, but he's been favoring the Claudio and maybe the Devil Jin a little bit.
Yeah, Devil Jin. Like me some Devil Jin.
You want the Devil Jin to come out, Raph.
That's right. Every time I see a Devil Jin, I just randomly message Pika. Does that mean I can play Devil Jin? And he just gives me this sour look. I can just tell he's giving me stink eye from all the way where he is and all the way from where I am. But now Jules, and he lets it out. This is Jin, just the more evil Jin, the Diablo Jim.
Yeah, no hood, only horns this time around, and we're going to the abandoned temple. Pretty spacious stage here, and Jason now gonna have to think about the 50-50s here because Jules is going to really bring the fight to him with this Devil Jin.
Fight.
And oh boy, we rarely see this Devil Jin, but once we do, it's an incredibly intimidating performance, but Jason still looking confident. Will get hit by the Wraith Kick though. Jules putting on a lot of pressure so early.
Good defense mula kay Jules. Kitang-kita niya from a mile away and gets the punish as well. Jason has to fight his way back to center stage. Double Jaguar hook. Back to center stage. Yun ang kailangan niya this time around.
Now life isn't too far apart. Jason
It
with
is now.
Rage is definitely gonna help, but yeah, I can't believe Malicious Mace is +3. That thing is so strong. Thank you. Bless you, Namco. A big electric wind god fist on the side of Jules.
It's such an amazing tool, the Electric Wind God Fizz. That there's a reason kung bakit signature move siya ng Mishima, but Jason on the other hand here trying to fight back, gets the life advantage against kay Jules, but gets clipped by the counter hit Steel Pedal.
Right, and the Demon Steel Pedal. Jules going for the Oki, but Jason has Oki of his own, has plans, but the sidesteps, the movement, oh my goodness. The Summer Heat is driving me crazy. These players though still keeping it very tight.
Oh no, the mix-ups here goes for the chain throw and breaks the arm 3 times. Tanggal ang braso ni Devil Jin. 1 round apiece. Jason gets the comeback there in that round. That is one of the scary things kapag lumalaban ka sa grapplers, di ba? Yung chain throws nila. If you're not ready with your throw brace, you're gonna have to make the guess with the extensions.
That's right, and Jules getting a little cheeky with that, but gets hit by the ground throw. And another one! That is a lot of health getting shaved off. You want more? he'll give you more, but finally Jules gets out of it.
Yeah, it's the Jason style exorcism with all of those throws on the floor while standing, and now clips him at the feet as well. 2 rounds para kay Jason, 1 round away from getting the 3 points that he so sorely needs.
Right, and Jules has to turn up the heat here. Otherwise, that is gonna make his teammate Machinehead in a very uncomfortable situation. But Jason looking unstoppable.
Oh, here we go again. The mix-ups are here.
RDC?
Oh, does not continue. Wants the OK this time around. Tries to go for the brain chop, and Jules with a rising 2 puts a stop to Jason's momentum, pushing him straight towards the corner. Once again, the Hell Sweep comes out. A steel pedal as well. 30 seconds left on the clock.
30 seconds, but this is gonna feel like an eternity for both these players as they're spacing it out. Jules understands King is an incredibly explosive character, but Jason, that Hell Sweep is looming. That is such a dangerous passive threat. But 15 seconds, Jules goes in for the whip punish, and Jason steals this away. He gets it off him.
Oh no, the sidestep afterwards, and Jules takes the round, 2 round apiece. Jules wants to take away the point from Jason this time around, but Jason, what can he say about it? Because he really wants this. The counter hit shove into the double Jaguar hook, really taking a chunk out of Jules.
Taking a chunk indeed, and Jules piling on so much damage. Jason has gone unanswered as well. Jules, though, he wants that Hell Sweep, but playing defense right now, keeping Jason away. Jason trying to grab his way out of the situation. So far, no dice.
It's good. It's a good plan. Testing the limits of Jules dito kung gising pa ba siya dun sa mga throw breaking. But so far, it's holding up. Jules with a huge life deficit gets a sidestep into the electric, but the sidewall will save Jason. Goes for the low this time. Jules gets hit by the 4-2-1. Jason with the amazing sidestep at that last second moment takes the second match and the 3 points to push him way up in the rankings to a much more comfortable spot.
My God, it's like I'm the one. I can't believe it. My heart rate is through the roof right now. The tension is incredible. You can just take it and snap it in half. But Jason, what an impressive showing! And nonetheless, I mean, I can't even formulate words right now. All I can make is strange noises and incoherent sentences. What a second match!
Sometimes that's all you need, right? The noises, the grunts, yung emotion na ilalabas sa atin with how Jason plays. Let's take a look at what he was able to do once again against the iron wall of Smart Omega, who started off with the Brian Fury, but Jason was pretty ready for it and said, "No, you're gonna want to bring out something a little bit better than this Brian Fury."
That's right, and we did see Jules get that early momentum, but Jason, with such an incredible clutch performance, just took it away and denied any chance of second win coming to Jules' sales.
And nilabas pa niya Devil Jin niya, diba? Later on, and that is a pretty strong pick when it comes to Jules. The previous day, ginamit niya yun against Maru, and made really quick work of Maru as well, taking so many points. Jules, one of our top performers, and Jason, the person who is dangling by the hair, well, by all of his hair, which is marami-rami naman yun, he really brought the fight to this Devil Jin and made it work for him. So congratulations to him, because it's been really good. Those chain throws played a huge part against Jules.
My adrenaline is through the roof. We saw textbook Jules here. We saw a lot of the step ducks and the things that make an Omega an Omega. But Jason just powered through it, just through sheer will and grit. Once again, congratulations to Jason for grabbing so much important and very, very life-saving points.
Yeah, that is definitely going to help him out a lot dito sa the Nationals, because he needed those points. Now, 4 points na in total yung nakuha niya, right? So congratulations to him once again. But right now, we're gonna be taking a look at a quick video from one of our teams na talagang medyo mataas yung performance dito sa the Nationals. It's going to be BRE Pro's Mute Challenge. So tignan natin kung ano magagawa ni Maru and Sidestep Lance dito sa challenge na ito.
Hello guys, ako nga pala si Maru C, core player of BRE Pro. And kasama ko ngayon si
Sidestep plans. One word. Syllables. First syllable. 5 syllables. Oh. Sige.
Lumalangit-ngit. Lumalangit-ngit.
Ano? Manginig? Yu.
Lu.
A ba?
Lo.
Hello? O.
Lu.
Low. Lo.
Ma.
Lum.
Luma.
Alam ko yung word yan ah. Lumdanog. Yung alak ba yan?
Ma.
Luma. Okay.
La.
Lumalakad. Lumalakad.
Lumalangit-ngit.
Lumala. Kit.
Ngit. Lumala.
Tik. Lumala. Tik. Kit.
Lumala.
Tik.
Ngit.
Kit. Gid.
Ngit.
Lumala. Gid. Lumalak. Gid.
Lumala. Ngit.
Third syllable yan, di ba? Lumala. Hirap! Anong word yan? Lumala. Ki.
Ngit.
Ay!
Hirap.
Sabi mo,
Mahirap
no?
talaga eh. Pero tingin ko, kailangan pa ibukan ni Lance yung bibig niya next time.
Wow! Ah? Kung galing ka lang mag-ano eh. Pero walang sisiyan yan. Kasi, sabay ganun. Sabay baho eh. No?
What's up mga marupet and mga Lancinatics natin dyan? Iniimbitahan ko po kayong manood ng The National Season 3 Tekken 7 Pro League every Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. Live at The Nationals Facebook page.
This is the Nationals. Ito ang Liga ng mga Kampiyon.
Wow. That was a bit of a rough challenge para sa BRE Pro doon. Ang hirap ng word nila, lumalangit-ngit. Napag-google nga ako kung ano ibig sabihin nun.
What does it mean?
It means creaking or squeaking noise, basically.
What? Why is it such a hard word for such a simple name? But anyway, guys, back on track. I'm having such a hard time containing myself because it has been such an adrenaline rush. The tension was there, and you can just sense the urgency from both players. But we have to move on. We still have so much more exciting matches ahead of us.
Yeah, and speaking of exciting matches, yung next match natin, yet another barn burner dito sa the Nationals, because we're going to be seeing STIE Olympians Hapon going up against BRE Pros Maru. So tignan mo naman yung head-to-head record nila, 10-10. Oh my goodness.
It comes to no surprise how even this matchup is, because Hapon at one point did share an important knowledge onto Maru, and Maru has been putting his own twist to that. But this, that could mean a lot of things, but one thing is for sure, this is definitely going to be a bit of a toss-up to see who gets momentum first.
Yeah, nung humihingi sila ng prediction sa atin, actually pahirap eh, especially when it comes to the players who are pretty much comfortable dun sa pinakataas, yung mga pros natin. And with Maru, even kahit na siya yung nasa pinakataas ng ating rankings ngayon, especially after niyang matalo kay Jules earlier on, hindi ako magtataka kung merong mga medyo nagtataka kung sino mananalo this time around, because this is his opponent, Hapon. Very consistent, offensive and defensive wise, with that Eddie Gordo that really systematically took apart Jason earlier, but also with the Leroy pick and the Geese pick. That is an impressive win rate at 56% as well.
That's right, but here we have Maru, the man on top of the points mountain, with his almost unstoppable Fakumram, Brian, and Julia, all well above the 60% win rate. And once again, Maru is just going to look to continue with his momentum that he's built upon for himself. He does have a bit of leeway to continue his experimentation that he's been quite open about in these previous episodes. But here Maru's like, wow, you know what? I'm gonna yawn. Is that even BM? No, it's not.
Yeah, it's a natural reaction naman. Minsan malamig sa mga pinaglalaroan nila, hindi mo maiiwasan yan. Pero mamaya, pag nagsimula yung match, gising na gising yung dalawang yan. Because even though comfortable na sila dun sa position nila dito sa rankings natin, they're still going to try and fight for a better position dun sa rankings just to get a better slot pagdating natin sa playoffs. Kasi yung rankings nila, yung pwesto nila dun sa playoffs natin dun sa bracket, depende pa rin yan sa rankings nila. First will be fighting 8th, second against 7th, third against 6th, and then fourth against 5th. So medyo kailangan pag-isipan mo rin kung saan ka nakapwesto and kung paano mo maaabot yung pwestong yun dun sa rankings.
That's right, and like Oru mentioned, I hate that I have to repeat this so many times, but it is just so important to get those points, not just because they are in a secure spot already, but once again, for better position. But now, Maru and Hapon, like I mentioned, they are very familiar with each other. So right now, this is going to be either an incredibly chaotic matchup or an incredibly steady one, a very calculated one.
That's true. Kasi parang medyo magkaiba nga talaga sila ng playstyle, di ba? Hapon, we talked about it earlier, he's a thinker, he is adaptive. Pero Maru, on the other hand, he is not something you just adapt to. Basically, he's a book, but it's written in another language that you don't understand. And that is going to be very troublesome when it comes to Hapon's side dito. But as you mentioned, they know each other quite a lot. Nag-meet na sila before in the previous conferences of the Nationals, and it's going to be a test to see kung kamusta na nga ba yung naging growth nila so far, kung sino ang nanaig when it comes to their evolution.
It would not surprise me if Maru would bring out his newly buffed Leo, which we've seen a bit in these previous episodes, but very, very prominent in our previous season. But we have a bit of a curveball on both sides. All right, guys. Very cool.
Very, very cool indeed. Hapon going for the Zafina pick and Maru actually bringing out an Akuma. Have we actually seen Maru on Akuma before?
Not that my memory serves me well, because again, when we think about Akuma, we think about AK, Machinehead in recent memory. But Maru, you know what? He wants part of that action. He wants to be remembered as an Akuma player as well. Akuma from Tekken, no less.
Let's see if it's going to work. Hapon immediately clipping Maru out of the air. Yan yung mga problema sa mga 2D characters, di ba? They spend such a long time in the air that they really have to be careful because everybody else will be waiting for them and be ready with some anti-airs. Can you imagine that, Tekken, having anti-airs?
Oh, wow. You know what? The key charge, I don't need no anti-airs. I got the anti-matchup, but upon looking to cement his lead here, he already has the first round, but Maru trying to fight back. Oh, wait a minute. Did I just see that? An Akuma sidestep Azafina. Now that is the craziest thing I've seen all day.
Kitang-kita yung pagiging si Maru dun sa ginawa niya with Akuma. Sidestep into the twin pistons even when he has meter. Usually it would be an FADC combo kagad, but Maru playing it a little bit safe, going for a more Tekken-based combo here. Goes for the axe kick and the quick mid-check as well, and responds with a key charge of his own. These two players are feeling themselves.
That's right, and Maru gets a big launch here. Will realign. Well, I think this will hit the wall. Yes, it will. Hapon is going to be in a bit of trouble here, but no, the defense is too strong.
And nagastos yung FADC, but does not get anything out of it. Hapon wiggles his way out of the corner and puts Maru right next to the wall as well. Big damage. Zafina talagang lakas bumaw sa pader, and that long leg as well, taking out Maru just right in that third round. Now getting that Demon Claw, that Azazel Claw onto Maru. Huge chunk gone from Maru immediately.
That's right, let's open up with a Demon Claw here, but now Maru has to answer back. He doesn't have a lot of meter and even less health. Hapon with a beautiful anti-air, but no, the side roll. The movement from the 2D character.
I like the attempt to convert from Hapon's side, but Maru right now is responding really well with these Katsus. A third one gets a heavy DP afterwards as well. Hapon is in the red. He has the Rage Art and the Rage Drive, but Maru has a stick of meter here. He has to be very careful. Back one comes in, and that chop to finish things off. 2 rounds apiece. Laban dito kay Hapon and Maru.
Hello 911, I would like to report a robbery, but Hapon with his home defense system trying to kick Maru out. Already has him at the wall, but Maru does have that meter. Now he has 2. But does he have enough health to use it? Is any of it?
He does. He gets the FADC against Hapon anyways. The re-wall splat comes in. Huge damage from this Akuma. He catches him on the wake up.
I can't believe what I am witnessing at this moment. Maru getting hit by the Shin Killer here, and Hapon crawls his way to that first set. Now, honestly, with Maru, with the Akuma pick, I have no idea what he's gonna do next. It's just one of those things. Once you see that first curveball, you know they're gonna try something crazy.
Yeah, and it shows even sa itsura ni Maru. Mukhang meron na siyang, may kausap na siya dyan sa kanyang kanan and our left. And he's thinking about what his next pick is going to be. I kita naman he's a bit shaky with the Akuma. Still managed to make some interesting things happen. And obviously familiar naman siya dun sa matchup because as we mentioned earlier, maraming gumagamit ng Akuma sa the National, so marami siyang references when it comes to playing the character.
That's right, and that is honestly such a great observation. We have a lot of reference material, a lot of footage that Hapon can sift through to see and dissect this character. But now Maru has a bit of a grin on his face, had to hide it for a bit there. I don't know what this mastermind is planning, but the Zafina has been turning out so well and so effective for Maru. Kind of makes me think why he hadn't brought it out in the earlier stages, or rather for Hapon.
Yeah, it's such a good character as well. Kasi di ba ang ganda ng movement ni Hapon as a defensive-based player, and especially with the Eddie Gordo taking advantage of the backdash. She's a Fina, one of the characters na maganda talaga yung movement dito sa Tekken 7. And just the keep out with the DF1s, yung poking as well. Obviously, working really well for Hapon, especially with this Akuma that Maru refuses to leave behind. Instead, we're going to the Vermilion gates. Is that stage change planned? Is it something na ginusto ni Maru? We'll never know, pero that's where they're going to settle this.
Oh man, it's just so hard to call matches like this, especially with characters we've never seen summoned before. But now Maru, although the Akuma's damage did work out in that previous match, it's just the movement from both these players been carrying them. But the DF1 from Hapon will draw first blood here. Maru trying to answer back, and that he does.
Yeah, with a jab DP out of nowhere from Maru. Looking good. That down forward through Hapon trying to make it like a barrier para hindi makapasok si Maru, pero a little bit too far, and the vision's there! The cross up from Maru with the air tatsus here. That is a confusing Akuma to go up against.
That's right, cross-ups in Tekken. And here we have Maru. He's very close to taking the first round against Hapon and will actually build a bit of meter for himself. Hapon though, don't need no meter. He has all the movement in the world in his arsenal.
He does. Pero medyo nahirapan siya dun sa helicopter kasi kahit na maglakad ka, di mo matatakasan. Basta, oh my goodness. That was scary stuff there kapag nagpapas siya ng pwesto doon. Maru does not get the FADC but does get a second chance at the combo here. Carrying to the wall Hapon. Let's see kung anong combo gagawin niya. A little bit too ambitious there but still gets a Tatsu afterwards.
Beautiful save confirmed there by Maru, but nothing that Hapon can't punish it. The wall doesn't break, but still that is a lot of damage available, and Hapon goes for a cross-up of his own. Maru jabs out. I was like, no hit stun for you. No.
I didn't know that he can actually get out of it as well. Kasi yung Rising 1-2, pwede kumagat na yun basta-basta kapag nakakuha siya nun sa cross-up. But Maru walks away with it 2 straight rounds. Hapon, however, huge advantage kagad. 10 segundo pala nakakalipas dito sa laban na to. And Maru with his back towards the wall goes for the Raging Demon. Good jump up from Hapon. The low and the follow-up. 7 golden letters. A perfect round para kay Hapon.
Try to hit him with a World Star neutral here, but now Maru getting diced from behind as Hapon is continuing his onslaught. Maru though, very healthy amount of meter here, but doesn't matter, the counters are piling up.
It is, and the damage is real. Goes for the huge slide as well. Good punish from Maru, but the down for one takes him out. 2 rounds apiece once again. Maru in a struggle dito sa offense na ginagawa ni Hapon with this Zafina.
He does have meter to spend, actually continues the string, but no, Hapon gets out of it, but the full charge on the aneurysm blow. Hapon though gets slow parried here. I have no idea what's happening. This is one for the books.
It definitely is Maru trying to figure out what he can do with this character and making it work still. Goes for the shin killer here, down 3, and the down forward 1-2 from Hapon takes him out 3-2. That's Zafina just making a good keep out against the Akuma from Maru's end. Maru smiling right now, saying, "All right, I tried. Didn't work as well." Look at that, bringing in sides of plans as well and having fun over at their end.
I have no words. I am once again at a loss for words as Maru pulls out another rabbit from his hat in the form of Akuma. Hapon though looks pretty unbothered. He's like, yeah, pretty cool. Cool Akuma. You know what? Just another day in the office.
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable here at the top of the ranking. So, okay lang, okay lang. At least na-try ko yung character. Pero let's see kung ano nga yung nagawa niya dun sa character na yun because it is one of the most interesting Akumas that I've ever seen and he used it against Hapon on that Zafina.
I just saw so many button presses in this matchup. There were more buttons in this match alone compared to my keyboard. And a lot of crazy stuff too. This is one of those things where you try to study, right? Like 50 years in the future, like this was artistry. This was poetic.
And the funny thing is, yung mga magiging game historians in the future, they're gonna treat it like it's some sort of elaborate plot from Maru going for the Akuma and a very unconventional but very systematic style from his end. But yeah, it does look like Maru is not as comfortable as he is with other characters dito sa Akuma na to. As you can see, ang dami niyang meter for the most part. Laging parang hindi niya ginagasta yung meter niya.
Once again, I am smiling because I saw that man try to jab out of hit stun. He was mashing something in hit stun. They're playing so rabid and they're foaming at the mouth. And I believe none of these matches we've seen so far have been disappointing at all. They've been incredibly tense. They've been incredibly entertaining and very, very high level Tekken.
Yeah, talagang tuloy-tuloy yung init dito sa day number 5. Ang pinakahulang day dito sa group stages. Every point matters and everyone is showing na gusto nila yung mga points na yon. So, mamaya marami pa tayong mga laban. Ang dami pang laban dito sa group stages day number 5. So, huwag kayong aalis. We're gonna be taking a very quick break. More Tekken when we return here in the Nationals.
Welcome back to the Nationals as we witness players being indestructible, raising 10,000 buns in the land of confusion as we've seen, like I said, a plethora of just types of matches. Once again, my name is Raph, and of course, I am joined by the most lovely Ganryu main around, Porkun.
Thank you for that. I'm not sure about lovely, but I am definitely a Ganryu main. But before we get, marami pa tayong Tekken action na mapapanood. But before we get into that, the Nationals is under the supervision and the regulation of the Games and Amusements Board. So don't forget that.
That's right. And if you manage to miss the matches we had, you can always check it out on One Sports and One Sports Plus via Signal TV the day after at 4 p.m. So you'll never miss anything, guys.
Not a single thing, katulad ng mga action na nangyari kanina, because so many players have already earned their points and medyo nagkaroon tayo ng shifting into the ranking. So let's take a quick look at how the standings are looking here in the Nationals. Still at the top is Maru, actually, with 36 points. Wala siyang points na nakuha earlier on. And following that is Jules at 34 points. Also did not get any points. But Hapon managed to push himself up to third place here with those points na nakuha niya kay Maru and kay Jasen. Tied na sila ni Jules. And Vermilion follows at 32 and AK at 30.
That's right. Jules still has, I believe, one more match ahead of him, so he does have a chance of taking the lead despite dropping the matches against Jasen. Still, it's been a bit of a shift, but I think we are going to check on the lower half where the dreaded danger zone is.
Kunicat dangling at 26 points and Coffee Prince as well at 26. They are actually fairly safe na this time around because Jasen, the one who is at the bottom, tapos na yung matches niya and he lands at 25th place. Not 25th place, at 25 points. Now, it's up to Machinehead to survive here in the competition because he's going to need at least 2 points to make it into the playoffs. Or kapag 1 point lang, he will tie with Jasen at 25 points. So, it's definitely something to watch out for kung anong magiging performance niya in this day-to-day. And of course, Don Argus right there at 13 points sa pinakadulo.
That's right, guys. And we still have a lot of Tekken to be played. And like Oru mentioned, Machinehead has a bit of a journey ahead of him. But this time around, we are going to be seeing the other side of the Omega, which once again is Jules facing up against Coffee Prince.
Yet two more pros na maglalaban dito. The head-to-head is heavily in favor of Jules dito sa kanilang matchup, 16-7. And these two players have been expanding their picks. Si Coffee Prince medyo hindi na ganun kalaki. Si Jules nagdadagdag pa siya from time to time ng new characters in his arsenal. But Coffee Prince has been favoring either the Leroy or the Facom Ram to great effect naman. It's been working in his favor, and right now, since safe na si Coffee Prince dun sa ating playoffs, he's going to try to fight for a better spot pagpasok natin dun sa bracket.
That's right. And once again, Jules does have a chance of taking the first spot of the rankings in this matchup. As the head-to-head mentioned, Jules does have a steep advantage over Coffee Prince. But again, just a bit of lore for peeps who haven't kept up with the Nationals in the first season. It was actually Coffee Prince to knock Jules out of contention in the playoffs. So again, those wounds may have already healed, but the memories are still there.
Yeah, very fresh pa yung mga memories na yun. Speaking of memories, dito sa memories natin ng huling laban nila, it was a Heihachi and a Feng from Jules. Well, pag-usapan natin yung later on. But for now, si Coffee Prince, of course, we know him as the Steve main. Medyo lumalayo nga lang siya sa Steve pick at only 8 picks and been sticking with the Leroy or the Facomram. Malapit lang, 7 and 9 picks at a above 50% with the win rate here, putting his play-ins win rate at 54%.
That's right, and we see that all the players have been expanding their character pools, much like Jules, who has been, well, very, very open about his Devil Jin and his, maybe not so much of a surprise, Brian, but his Claudio stands strong as it is still undefeated with 100%. That bar is looking full.
Yeah, parang meter lang ni Akuma eh. Mamaya maglabas din to ng Akuma. We'll never know. Pero that Claudia pick is definitely going to be a lot scary kapag dating sa character choices niya. But as we mentioned earlier, nakita natin dun sa previous matchup nila, 67% win rate nga pala for Jules here in the play-ins. But as we saw earlier in the memories, Heihachi and Feng yung characters na ginamit niya against Coffee Prince, which is interesting because both of those characters received very favorable changes in the latest update to Tekken 7.
That's right, and Coffee Prince taking energy from his own kin. But again, we are at the final part of our group stage here, and it has looked like a wild wasteland as everyone has been throwing out so many unexpected picks. I wouldn't be even surprised if they pulled out a double Nina or something like that.
Oh, that would be a real treat, basically, dito sa dalawang characters na to. Pero I highly doubt that Coffee Prince will be bringing out a Nina anytime soon because he does go for characters, right? Nagpapalit siya ng characters from time to time, pero they are definitely characters na pinag-aralan niya bago niya gamitin. Hindi siya yung tipong player na maglalabas ng basta ng character just because he feels like using the character. It won't work for him. So I doubt that that's gonna come out. Probably the Leroy or the Facom Ram from his end. And on Jules, I'm not entirely sure, pero marami siyang experience against those kinds of characters.
That's right. I think the Marduk on the side of Jules hasn't seen a lot of action this time around, so who knows, maybe that's gonna see a bit of a renaissance. His Leroy that we saw a bit in Season 2 could potentially come out as well, because if you guys remember from the graphic that was shown, thank you Prod by the way, he has a 100% win rate on that Leroy, but I doubt that he's gonna succumb to such evil, such top tier evil.
Si Jules of the Leroy, I think it's a high win rate though, because if I remember correctly, Vermilion took him out with a Steve on that Leroy Smith. Pero oh my goodness.
How
you
could
called
you?
it?
Oh, but Coffee Prince on the Brian though.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That is something na nakalimutan na ng panahon, di ba? Merong Brian si Coffee Prince and he's bringing it out this time around against Jules.
Back from the dead, it is the zombie Brian, but Jules, how could you? Succumbing to such forces of evil. And now Coffee Prince looking hella vintage right now. Trying to backdash away and using the snake pit. Great effect here.
Full extension of the snake pit as well. Jules wasn't expecting that coming out. But what we can expect are the stances here from Leroy Smith, and slowly chipping away at each other are these two players here early in this match.
I'm just gonna say, this Brian pick, I like it a lot. That orbital, much less so. Definitely much less.
You know, yun sinasabi, oh my goodness, another orbital but no conversion from Jules, but still gets the finish with the stance mid. First round para kay Jules. And as I was saying, Leroy is known as is a mishmash of many different characters, but he always does what they can a little bit better, and that orbital is a testament to that.
Right. It is a bit of a irony as Brian is going to be the victim of a bit of an orbital, but Coffee Prince has a lot of courage just letting these strings loose, even catching Jules. But Jules slowly adapting, doing his own strings as well, but the jet uppercut.
A little bit too far for the shoulder there. Medyo kinapos yung lakad ni Leroy Smith, and Coffee Prince was ready with the punish and finishes the full string as well. Jules not expecting that, takes the hit, and it's one round apiece. Now Coffee Prince backing away here, trying to see what Jules is going to be up to.
Like I said, this bloody mess is a wild wasteland as everybody is playing a little kooky here, but oh, the taunt back for...
That is a juicy combo para kay Coffee Prince. Dito laban kay Leroy, you don't want to be hit by the taunt at the wall there because you're going to be receiving some serious damage, and that helps Coffee Prince secure his third round against Jules.
That he does, but Coffee Prince getting quite a bit of confirmed damage there. Jules will hit him with a coffin breaker, sending this zombie back, or trying to put it back into its grave.
Saktong 1-inch punch lang. If your opponent's being very aggressive, definitely one of the best tools para pigilan siya. 12 frame mid. Saan ka makakita pa nun? Kay Leroy lang, and now Go gets a throw as well. A low parry from Jules evens out the score. 2 rounds apiece between these two players. They don't want to give each other the win here.
That's right, and a big forward 3 on the side of Coffee Prince to take early damage against Jules here. I know the hatchet kick will check in as well.
Hatchet kick yan, medyo dadagdagan ni Coffee Prince yan if he wants Jules to be ducking, but that DF1 series definitely takes a chunk once again out of Jules. Jules not quite in rage, and with his back towards the wall, it's a terrifying spot for him, and there it is. Two straight hatchet kicks from Coffee Prince gets him the win over Jules. Such a terrifying low from Brian.
Terrifying indeed, and that is gonna snap the 100% win rate of the Leroy, at least in this specific matchup for Jules. Now, Jules still has a plethora of characters. We might actually see a Brian Mirror. That'd be definitely a treat.
Oh, yeah, nilabas niya kanina, di ba? The Brian Fury. That would be an option para kay Jules if he's feeling very daring. But yeah, Coffee Prince is a very formidable Brian main. So that might be a little bit low on the priority list para kay Jules. What he can do, however, is actually parang naging trend din sa mga players, stick with a character and try to figure out what they could do better. Right? Para mas aware sila kung paano sila mag-a-adjust dapat para sa ganyang klaseng matchup.
That's right. And Jules contemplating whether or not to bring out a different character. But as you mentioned, Poru, Leroy is a bit of a Frankenstein of all the tools in the game. Just a little bit better, but thankfully it's been adjusted to bring him on the more human side of things.
Yeah, maganda nga yung adjustment sa kanya, and it's pushed him a little bit, well, not necessarily lower in the tier list because he is still a pretty capable character dito sa Tekken 7. He is still Leroy Smith, basically. Hindi inalis lahat ng mga annoying tools niya and the things that he is capable of doing. So sticking with the Leroy Smith is definitely another good option para kay Jules. But on this Brian Fury though, which character would be good to switch out to if ever na magpapalit nga si Jules?
I feel like Warang would really give Brian a lot of problems. Brian has a tendency to be a fairly slow character. A lot of his good moves are locked behind 17 frames and up. And as we know, Warang can be the type of character that can have a very formulated approach with all his plus frames. And on the other side, you can just go random things go, and it'll work anyway.
That's true. I would expect a Claudio just to keep out the Brian Fury. But no, ayan nga, yung nagiging pattern with some of our players sticking with the character that they've already chosen and trying to figure it out kung paano sila mag-a-adjust. The Leroy Smith returns from Jules, and we're headed for the arena.
An arena indeed. Now, once again, this is definitely going to be a match of adjustment. We've seen a lot of wild strings getting past the defense of both these players, which is, I would say, fairly uncharacteristic. But here we are, Coffee Prince starting off with one low to the left and another to the right, just for good measure.
Yeah, quick pokes from both these players. Gets the full crouch punish from Coffee Prince, and there it is, another orbital landing flush para kay Jules. This is going to be an easy wall carry for him, pero no follow-up on the wall.
The range on that homing is actually insane, as Jules is still trying to hold down the fort, as an undead and an angry Coffee Prince has rage available, but that down 3-2 into the big chop.
Yeah, that trademark move of Leroy Smith, very annoying, low-high natural combo, and you're gonna have to think afterwards, or you're gonna go for the interrupt. Pwede rin, as Coffee Prince being very daring with his choices at the moment here against Jules.
Jules not losing a step, no pun intended, in his sidestepping here, but the life advantage is definitely in the favor of Coffee Prince, but that is gonna change. Jules lands a big wall bounce.
Yeah,
whoa.
Hindi makatayo. Si Coffee Prince gets the jet uppercut straight into the rage drive and kicks him on the floor while he's down one round apiece. Now, even though Coffee Prince actually misjudged yung naging option ni Jules there with the hermit stance, he was still able to get the finish afterwards. But now Jules gets an early advantage here in this round.
That's off one orbital. Look at all that damage from a quote-unquote weak character. Man, there's just something so strange about Brian getting hit by an orbital. Just so unsettling.
Yeah, usually he's the one doing the orbitals here, pero it's not coming out from Coffee Prince, and it's not going to be helping him out that easily against Jules here. That parry is always a huge deterrent when it comes to playing with Leroy Smith. Jules getting him way back into the wall once again. Is this going to be enough tremor punches? One last hit. Coffee Prince hanging by a thread, but that rage drive is going to bring the hurt to Jules here. He is still alive in this match.
Right, and a bit of foam coming from the mouth of both these players, getting a little cheeky here. But, yes, the down 3-3. Amazing.
Okay. All right. That was a crazy last few moments there. Coffee Prince mounting a serious comeback with that Brian Fury. Nakuha pa niya yung yung punch parry laban kay Leroy Smith, and that was one of the things na iniisip kong lalabas one time or another. Just because of some of the key moves of Leroy Smith are punches, and if Coffee Prince gets a right read, he can definitely utilize it against Jules. But at the end, it was a little bit too late. Masyado maliit na yung life ni Coffee Prince to survive any other offense from Jules, and Jules hanging in there gets that match. Amazing stuff.
Since we are on the topic of vintage Coffee Prince, I wouldn't be surprised if we brought out the Jack as well. We saw that, just a very tiny bit of that in the previous season, and that already had quite a bit of tournament mileage, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that type of thing in this stage of the league.
I'd like to see that then. I'd like to see the Jack come out from Coffee Prince. Definitely going to be an interesting option. And personally, gusto ko lang talaga makita kung paano mag-factor in yung naging changes kay Jack in high-level competition. Pero that was a fast decision from Coffee Prince here. I don't think he's going to be actually switching out of his character. Yeah, there it is. It's a Brian Fury still.
And the trend continues as they are sticking with the characters, not wasting any time. But the G-Corp helipad will be coming into play, so that is going to be a bit of extra damage post-wall break for both these players. Coffee Prince, though, he is on a bit of a tightrope here as Jules has gained the momentum that we've seen him hang on to and never let go.
Yeah, mahirap. Especially with Leroy Smith that likes to steal turns with the parry. Unlike kay Brian, kasi si Brian hanggang punches lang kaya niya i-parry, but Leroy on the other hand can do it with most of the moves as well.
But it does look like Coffee Prince is playing to his data and it's worked out so well. A looming low could kill him, and I conjured it into existence. Call me Nostradamus.
And if it was a little bit earlier, Coffee Prince would have been in trouble with that orbital na nilabas ni Jules. Pero good patience from Coffee Prince here. But Jules on a stampede right now with this Leroy Smith. Nasa sulok na naman si Coffee Prince trying to fight his way out. The strings are coming in from Jules. Back forward, trying to push him straight to that breakable wall here. A hatchet kick. Jules is not cracking. However, he's bringing the fight once again back to Coffee Prince, who is now in rage.
The wall of Omega just withstood the onslaught of Coffee Prince. That was insane pressure, but even better defense on Jules. The back one will float him, but the soccer kick.
Screw as well. Good adjustment of the combo. No wall combo this time around. But Jules, nararamdaman mo actually, kalmado pa rin siya kahit na ang laki ng disadvantage. But that huge block, Coffee Prince doesn't pull the trigger on the punish.
Right, and Jules is very, very close to rage. He does, but one more hatchet kick could spell doom. And no, Coffee Prince is gonna get bounced. But the cameraman has other plans. The cane will hit him once, and the beautiful whip punish. Rage is still in play. Smaller pokes. Oh my goodness.
That was a serious series of attacks na naman kay Jules. Just a flurry of his own offense. Coffee Prince struggling to really break down yung defense ni Jules with this Brian Fury. The hatchet kicks are working. Kumakagat siya kahit paano, but Jules is not phased. And that coffin breaker just puts a stop to Coffee Prince's momentum.
The momentum has once again been very fickle to Coffee Prince and has sided with Jules. Beautiful sidestep to avoid death in the form of back four. Coffee Prince still fighting back using his blue stuff. Our circle back two, trying to poke at Jules, trying to find a weakness. Another hatchet kick.
Oh, the taunt comes in but does not get the follow-up. And the ground jab is a little bit too fast, and Jules takes the win 2-1 against Coffee Prince. Such a close comeback from the Emperor here, but not quite there. And falling a little bit short. Jules taking 2 points in this match.
Good old trusty down jab. Good old trusty down jab never fails. Jules still looking ever so stoic. And Coffee Prince, I would say just a tiny bit, what would be the word? Annoyed from that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of would be too as well. Yung down jab, it's such an incredible tool kapag nagpipigil ka ng offense, right? A lot of the characters, it's pretty much a universal move except for Noctis, which is pretty sad para sa mga Noctis mains. Pero it works really well with stopping pressure, and that stopping pressure is what Jules really did in this match. Let's take a look at how he did that with the characters that he chose. Well, the character that he chose, the Leroy Smith, and then enforce his own offense against Coffee Prince.
That's right. I love the orbital from +4, you know. It is one of those things where you just do off a hard read. Coffee Prince did show lots of signs of life with this Brian, and honestly, it's such a treat to see vintage Coffee just run rampant with his character.
It's a good thing na pinapractice niya ulit yung character, right? Just to add a little bit more to his arsenal of characters here in the competition. And as you can see, Leroy Smith on Jules is very threatening. Pero Coffee Prince, kaya niya makipagtapatan using the Brian Fury. So obviously, he still has the edge when it comes to using this character.
And I love the discipline on the side of Jules. We've only seen one, I think we've only seen like one hell sweep in the entire game, and it was even blocked by Coffee Prince, and Jules just took that out of the equation, used literally everything else that Leroy has, which are all amazing in their own right.
Yeah. Definitely kita nga yung discipline dun, and ang dami pa kasing lows ni Leroy Smith that you can use to actually great effect, like that one that gets a full crouch as well, a full combo as well on counter hit, and even the down 3-2, which gives you the hermit stance options. Yun yung medyo pumatos kay Coffee Prince, and even the 1-inch punch, the coffin breakers, the parries to push off the momentum of Coffee Prince, that was well executed on that Leroy Smith from Jules' end.
That's right, and Jules is really one of the players of the Nationals where he will base it off on the hardest of reads and will not throw anything out willy-nilly. Now, on the side of Coffee Prince a bit more tenacious. We did see him be a victim of a tiny bit more counter hits, but once again, still a great showing from both these competitors, and I think we might be looking at our next set soon, very soon at least, for
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be another interesting match between Maru, BRE Pro's Maru against Signal Ultra Warriors Kunicat. So Maru being at the very top of the rankings, and Kunicat hindi ganun kababa yung rankings ngayon, and he's pretty much safe na rin in the playoffs, but he is the newest player dito so far in the competition na natitira, the one and only rookie left here in the competition.
And it's crazy because Maru has only used a Steve that we haven't seen too much of. Now, Kunicat definitely has a bit of a guessing game to do here because we already know Maru is one of the players that has a million characters to his name. And just the amount of games they played really does not favor Kunicat.
It does not. Yung history nila medyo hindi ganun kaliwanag para kay Kunicat. Pero Kunicat has been evolving quite well in the past year dito sa the Nationals, taking the fight to some of the most amazing players. The previous day, he went up against Jason and Hapon and walked away with 5 points. So he does have the momentum on his side of the table. That Kunimitsu just continues to change with each day.
That's right. And it's really, really interesting to see this type of character in the tournament. Great representation. And the thing about Kunicat is, once again, he did start off a little shaky in his evolution of the league, but now he's looking a lot more fundamental and a lot more confident with his mix-ups. But this Maru has proven to be a bit of a mini boss, or if not a full-on raid boss for him.
And this is on a Steve as well. Ang ganda lang talaga ng basa ni Maru dun sa Kunimitsu ni Kunicat, and making full use of the tools that Steve has as a character to put a stop to Kunimitsu's early aggression. This was day 3. Medyo maaga pa to in the competition when Kunimitsu was still in a bit of a transition phase from just qualifying as a draftee into competing with the pros. Now, ito yung kalaban niya, si Maru, the king of the hill so far. Fakumram, 7 picks. Isa sa mga pinakamalakas niyang picks dito so far in the Nationals, pero marami pa siyang pwedeng ilabas, especially the Akuma na nakita natin earlier on. Magbabalik kaya yun?
Oh my goodness, I nearly forgot about that dreaded Akuma, the very, very tantalizing and at the same time very confusing Akuma Maru has displayed. But once again, Kunicat does have a slew of characters to his name, specifically with the Kunimitsu, the Marduk, and the Shaheen. He also has a lead that we haven't seen too much of.
Yeah, talagang medyo iniwasan niya yung Lee. Because if people still remember, nung kinausap siya dati, he stuck away from the Lee because it was not the Lee that he grew up loving. So medyo lumipat na siya. Kunimitsu main na siya ngayon this time around, but the Marduk and the Shaheen is there. And if ever na maglalabas nga ng Akuma si Maru, you know, that Kunimitsu definitely might be a great pick just because of the kunai throw that would get past the projectiles if ever Maru will be deciding to use projectiles this time around.
That's right, and both these players showing a bit of love to all their supporters and everyone in the audience, but they are just ready to throw down. Every time I think about Maru's character picks, I just get a little, well, not a little, just get even more confused because once again, that Akuma pick has really thrown me off.
Yep, and it will continue to throw off not just yung predictions natin sa characters nila, even our predictions when it comes to the results of the matches. I can feel yung mga fellow casters natin just shaking in their seats kapag pipili ng character si Maru. And I'm really excited to see kung sino ilalabas niya this time around because among the pros here in the competition, talagang si Maru yung pinaka-versatile and somehow para siyang yung boss dun sa Terminator 2, yung nag-mold na lang into different shapes just because he feels like it kapag convenient sa kanya. That's what happens kapag pumipili siya ng iba't ibang character.
That's right, he is a T1000. But wait, don't quote me on that. I could be wrong. A lot of movie buffs will get their pitchforks ready, but if I remember correctly, if my memory serves me right, that was the T1000. But that is a very, very apt what? Okay, well, okay.
Okay, para okay, so hindi siya yung nagta-transform na robot sa Terminator 2. Siya yung paulit-ulit na nagpapakitang si Arnold Schwarzenegger in the form of Fakumram, an expected pick on the side of Maru, and then we're seeing a Kazumi from Kunicat. Nilabas na niya yung Kazumi before and it was up against his teammate Vermilion.
That's right. So this is like a T800 versus the Terminator from Terminator 3, which is a movie that a lot of people choose not to remember. But again,
it's good. It's pretty good.
Whoa! Relax there, buddy. But yeah, here we have Maru going for a one-size-fits-all type of solution in the form of that thunder kick to start things off. Oh my!
A quick. Yan ang foot-to-face style on the side of Maru this time around. And Kunicat is reeling from it, but he is returning the favor here, fighting his way back to center stage, trying to maneuver to the sides of Fakumram in this stage.
That's right, and Kunicat using the wonderful pokes that Kazumi has available, and that 11-frame magic core doing some serious damage to Maru right now.
Some of the simplest moves here in the game, but at the same time, extremely effective, and Kunicat putting it to good use against this Fakumram. You know, talagang the most basic, well, not the most basic, but a very basic character against Fakumram. Also basic, but definitely a leveled up version when it comes to the damage and as well as the range.
Right, and Maru, you give me your head now with another thunder kick as Kunicat is helpless as he is getting battered to the wall here. A huge down 4, but Kunicat fighting back, being a bit more patient with that running too. Wow, the defense.
Yeah, Maru took a risk. Marami pa siyang life. Pwede siyang kumain ng Crimson Dawn there and get a wall combo as well, and he will still survive. So well-placed block there from Maru, and he continues to place so many hits on Kunicat here, pushing towards the wall. Kunicat is smothered by the long legs of Fakumram right here in this match. But now, this time around, infinite stage na tayo mga kaibigan. So wala nang kanto para makulong si Kunicat.
That's right. Kunicat does have a bit of a movement advantage here because of the tiny hitbox that Kazumi has. She can't remember the last time I've seen a Kazumi in tournament, but Maru still making it known that he does have Thunder Kick ready and waiting, as Kunicat will give him a bit of distance to think about.
Yeah, that Diamond Flash landing flush onto Maru. Now both players minding their distance with each other. Bawal mahawa sa isa't isa. The down 4 comes in for Maru, taking a little bit of help against Kunicat, but that huge launch might be it. That might be the round para kay Maru, and it is 3-1. Maru walks away with the win on this Facom round pick that we were, we expected, but at the same time, not really.
I would love to quote more Terminator lines, but it has very, very strong language, much like the showing Maru has with that Facom round. Kunicat, though, does have a bit of time to reconsider if he wants to play the Kunimitsu or if he has yet another surprise pick.
Yeah, with his safety dun sa playoffs, right now, he still wants to maneuver his way around the rankings to get a better spot in the playoffs bracket. But at the same time, this is still an opportunity for him to test different things. As you can see, nakita mo kanina, nag-iisip talaga siya. Pag-iisipan niya kung magsistay ba siya dun sa Kazumi, or is there any other character that he might want to add to his arsenal. Baka meron siyang pinag-aralan in these past 24 hours na gusto niyang i-testing, may napansin siya against kay Maru.
And man, trying to find Maru's tendencies, that's actually something that I would like to highlight. Although we know Maru as a wild card, you can never really pin down his rhythm or when he chooses to fight the data, and that just makes him, or that just adds another layer of danger to him and just makes him a hard cover.
Yeah. That's definitely always the problem when you're up against Maru. He's so unpredictable with his characters, and look at that. Kunicat actually brings out the Shaheen. Binuhay niya this time around. The Shaheen hasn't gotten that much success here in the competition, but let's see what it can do against Maru.
Exactly, and the Shaheen has not seen too much success, but Kunicat has been growing since the last time we saw him play it. But Maru, does he have more Thunder Kicks in his arsenal? And a lot more frame fighting is the question.
Opening Thunder Kick. Opening Thunder Kick, yeah. I
We will
can
see.
smell it from Maru.
Round one.
Yeah,
Let's see here.
No, not this time around. It's a mid actually this time, so it's a bit of a mix-up coming in from Maru here at the start of the round. But look at that, already landing a good combo onto Kunicat and putting him in the corner as well.
And again, that 3+4 is still a menace. Even if it didn't counter, that would have splat Kunicat, but Kunicat losing so much health. Dear Lord, the poking from Maru is unstoppable.
Yeah, it's one of the advantages talaga when it comes to Facom Ram. His poking is insane. His range actually is what makes the poking insane. And Kunicat is really on a struggle. And Shaheen is not a weak character. Malakas siya. We've seen it in the hands of some amazing players, especially AK na nilabas niya recently, di ba? And it works really well. Pero Maru is just picking the right spots to put a stop to Kunicat and shave away at his health.
That's right. Hopefully Kunicat doesn't feel like he's stuck in a room and he's being torn apart by Maru. Maru right now still on an onslaught, trying to convince us that he did not hit him.
He did not. Oh, but hi to Maru right there, going for once again that Thunder Kick. And Kunicat being very careful with his decisions here, gets the homing mid against Maru and trying to track the movement on Maru, but the pokes are coming in, and a huge hop kick from Kunicat on this end will be helping him out.
Definitely signs of life as Kunicat trying to impose a slide mix-up here, but Maru being super stubborn. Still trying to fight his way out. Kunicat, though, getting hit by a million moves as he does have rage, so that hit confirm rage drive is available. Don't launch on that, that could have been it. But no, Maru, the onslaught continues.
Good throw break. Oh, there's the follow-up for Maru. Manages to land the back one, gets the follow-up afterwards, and now Kunicat thinking twice. Maru seems to be trying to show us something. Oh, okay. Okay. He's going for some hand signs, pero medyo hindi yata nakapag-practice si Maru this time around, letting his phone do the hand signs for him. So congratulations to Maru for getting that win on that Facom ramp.
Congratulations indeed. And we are going to be seeing a lot more of Maru and the rest of our pros who've secured their spot in the top 8 on June 5. So that is going to be the Nationals playoffs. You guys cannot miss that. Even if there is a replay, just don't miss it. Don't miss it.
Definitely do not. Kasi doon talaga pinakamainit yung labanan. Hindi na siya round robin. So kapag natalo yung mga players, medyo kailangan na lang pag-isipan yung life choices nila doon. Parang, siyempre, double elimination, 2 losses, and you're out. So that is something that you need to watch out for once again sa Sabado na yun. But before we talk about that once again, let's take a look at how Kunicat desperately tried to stand up against the Facom ramp of Maru.
Right, and again, Maru, it just shows how well he's mastered Facom ramp, and my goodness, his move choice, his timing has been impeccable. Kunicat could not break his defense open whatsoever. And his spacing has been very, very beneficial. Granted, it is Facom ramp. He is going to reach you from Tekken 6 all the way to Tekken 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the range is such a menace when it comes to Kunicat. Kasi Kazumi is very reliant on pokes, right? She has great pokes. Just 5 good moves that she can use for poking and medyo solved na siya. Pero yung range is such a disadvantage for her when it comes to this matchup on Facom ramp. And when Kunicat actually switched to Shaheen, medyo nahirapan din siya that range. And Maru at that point had a good read on how Kunicat is trying to defend against himself.
Yeah, we did see a good game plan with Kunicat. Kunicat obviously wanted to go for those characters with a very, very simple and fundamental approach to the game. But again, just unfortunately for him, Facom ramp just dominates that matchup. Just all his punishers, despite being, I would say, heavily nerfed, especially his 1-4 from a plus 18G to plus 3. Anything 12 frame up is still a clean wall splat, which is insane.
Yeah, it is definitely, he's still definitely a strong character when it comes to that regard. Now, that has been the first half ng ating group stages dito, day number 5. Now, once again, our pros, yung 8 makakasurvive dito sa last day, will be competing doon sa playoffs. And then, that would be on this Saturday. So make sure to tune in. But for now, we're going to be taking a quick break. Once again, we are your casters, Porokun and Draf. The second half will be coming later on. So huwag kayong aalis. Magbabalik ang The Nationals.
Stay tuned, guys.
Na-eliminate na si HFE Don Argus kahapon sa ika-4 na araw ng The Nationals Tekken 7 Conference Group Stage. Nagpakitang gila si LPE Jason kanina sa unang kalahati ng huling araw ng group stage. Huling sayaw ba ni Jason ngayon? Or can Machinehead come up with at least 2 points para ma-secure ang 8th slot ng playoffs? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to The Nationals. Doc Jimmy, don't give me that look.
Let's go, Poch! Let's go!
It's the last day. Poch Spice and Doc Jimmy gonna end it in style here, and we're gonna open up the second half with our featured match. So much weight will be put on Machinehead's shoulders. Machinehead shoulders. Okay.
Yeah, his human shoulders, but his machine head. This is a big fight for him. He is currently down by 1 point. He's teetering right there, right behind Jason, who managed to get a 1 point lead early in the first half. It's now up to Machinehead.
So let's check out the schedule for the second half because we still have some amazing matches to watch. As we mentioned, Coffee Prince versus Machinehead to start things off. After that, we're going to see Kunicat versus Don Argus, a rivalry that's now 2-1.
That is going to be huge. I mean, Don Argus, we talked about it. Though he's eliminated, thank you, Don Argus.
Yes.
But he can still play spoilers to Kunicat. He can...
For sure.
We have to take a look at the standings and how it's looking right now. But he can definitely, still be a landmine and put a wrench in the plans of the players.
And we see the next half was Vermilion Machinehead, then Don Argus versus AK. So a lot of Don Argus action happening. Now going to the players' standings here. Maru still leading the pack. Jules not too far behind. Hapon and Vermilion and AK follow accordingly. And Doc Jimmy, it's been a day of surprises, if you would, because everyone is going into that next level for them to secure their best spots heading into the playoffs.
Things are looking good for the players, but probably not so good for the caster predictions.
I knew you were going to say that
today. But let's take a look at the second half because this is, what we are watching out for. So Kunicat, 26 points here. I'm not exactly sure if he is safe or he might be. I think he might
He's safe
be
already. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
so
safe
Don
already.
Argus definitely, but Don Argus would definitely love to put a show. But there, the final, the two at the red line is what we have to look at right now. And this match might seal it, or we might be in for a thriller of a second half.
Woo! I hope you are all ready, ladies and gentlemen, because this is definitely a match that would actually echo throughout Nationals history because, Season 3, new format, new faces, and definitely new competitors and new talents that are emerging here. Now, going back to Machinehead Coffee Prince, I was, to talk about Machinehead, it's crazy. Oh, okay. Before that, actually, we just have to check out this awesome Smart Omega clip. So let's check that one out right now.
My name is Juliano Lozano, aka Jules, and I'm a professional Tekken 7 player for Smart Omega.
Hello guys, I am Artenia Tekken, also known as Machinehead, and I play for Smart Omega.
Pre, buka mo na yan. Hindi na ulit bubuka yan. Ngayon lang yan.
Ngayon lang to.
Food.
Low.
Food related. Question or suggestion?
Suggestion.
Suggestion? Okay. Sige, game.
Lugaw.
Ano yun? Lugaw? Lugaw?
Oh.
Okay, lugaw.
Wait lang. Lugaw. Lugaw is essential.
Minto. Lugaw is essential.
Let's go.
Minto.
I mean, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for... What?
Galo.
Ta?
Salamat.
Thank you.
Salamat sa lahat.
The first word, thank you.
Yes, pero Tagalog.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, pero Tagalog.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Oh my God. Okay,
Salamat.
thank you.
Salamat.
Thank you sa laban. Thank you sa...
Thank you. Salamat. Salamat.
Salamat.
Salamat.
Salamat
Na.
sa...
Sa lahat.
Salamat sa...
Salamat na lang. Salamat.
Okay.
Okay, the word is, or the phrase is, salamat na lang salamat. Thank you talaga.
Thank you.
Hi, we are the Smart Omegas, and we're inviting you to watch the National Season 2 Tekken 7 Pro Series.
Every Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, live at the Nationals Facebook page. This is the Nationals.
Ito ang linggan ng mga kampo.
Ngayon ko lang nalaman na meme lord pala si Jules. He got the meme. Lugaw is essential. But yeah, like you said earlier while we were watching, this was the most emotion that we saw ever from Machinehead.
Exactly, and you know, I believe he's gonna go back to that stone cold face because he will go up against Coffee Prince. We're gonna see that head-to-head match here because again, points all matter now because it is do or die for Machinehead and also Jason. It's crazy how these guys are linked together. Number 1 draft pick linked with the last draft pick, and that is Machinehead and Jason. But Coffee Prince can play spoiler to one of these guys.
He can, and this is really the match that all mga ka-Jaguar, mga kasama sa pananampalataya sa simbahan ni Jason, you are all watching. It's time to pray. Let us pray the Jason's Creed. There are 2 big matches for us. So it all falls down to Machinehead if our Lord and Savior can make it through to the playoffs.
Yeah, but you know what? I'll go with the counterpart there. All you fans of Machinehead out there have to give him your strength, give him the power, give him the battery life for him to be able to play his heart or his head out here because this match is so important coming into this. And you know what? If history dictates, Coffee Prince did get the best of this matchup. But you know, Machinehead always evolving, always growing with a Geese, Elisa, Fakumram, does have an Akuma, did bring out the Eddie, one of his old mains before.
Oh, yeah.
Win rate is 60% and a total picks of 5.
I wouldn't be surprised if we would see the Eddie come out again. He did receive 10 lines of adjustments. But speaking of adjustments, Coffee Prince has made so many adjustments to get to where he is right now. From the bottom of the standings on day 1 all the way to where he is now. And he has done that with so many characters. I don't think we've seen his Steve consistently, but his Fakumram and Leroy have been so deadly.
They've been a menace. They've been a menace here in the Nationals. His Fakumram and Leroy. His performance has always been, I would say Coffee Prince has been consistent in, he always, coming to the playoffs, he always stays at the gate. You know, he's the gatekeeper of the Nationals that we always see, but he ends up getting like 3rd place in the playoffs. So again, it's just a testament to his style and to what he brings to the table, and he's going up against Machinehead. So really important match for him.
I can really see these 2 players in a similar light. Even though they might start out bad, but once they have the opportunity, once they're put in the position, they can turn it on and they can make an amazing run to the playoffs. Come again, June 5, if I'm not mistaken, 2 p.m. And by the way, this event is under the regulation and what's the word I'm looking for?
Supervision of the games.
Supervision, yeah. Yes, sir.
Exactly.
And of course, you can. If you miss all the action today, you can catch the Nationals replay on One Sports and One Sports Plus the day after the broadcast, which is tomorrow at 4 p.m.
A lot of numbers to memorize there, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, date to remember is June 5. Mark your calendars because that's the most important date to remember because that is what all roads are leading to, playoffs, right? But we have to get over this roadblock that is to secure who is going to be in the top 8. And Machinehead versus Coffee Prince is going to decide that. Are we even going to get, you know what, we were talking a bit backstage. And Vermilion versus Machinehead is going to be also pretty crazy, former teammates. But let's see how this one fares and see if, the prayers of Jason and the Church of Jason are going to be answered by an Akuma.
And Coffee Prince bringing out his Fakum Ram. So here it is. Machinehead, his Akuma has been super impressive, especially during the draft series and all throughout Challenger series. So he is bringing this out to try and secure those 2 points. He just needs 2. He just needs a layup. He doesn't need to go for a long range 3 right now.
Oh man, and 50-50. The talent picks are split. I wonder what the audience will pick. Again, Coffee Prince's Fakumram performed excellently against AK's Akuma. So this is a tough matchup for Machinehead right away as Coffee Prince leads in pokes.
And the poking, not a single combo has been landed. It's all been the scary pokes. Fakumram is so good at that. You have to navigate the normals and strings. What a way to navigate.
Yeah, just jump in. Keep him guessing with those demon flips. And now, wow, nice escape from Machinehead. Machinehead is close to getting a bar, but Coffee Prince scores the first round.
Not enough there for Machinehead. Not the best start for him. He starts off the second round though with that down 4, but Coffee Prince unfazed. A meter is now available here for Machinehead. But seems like Coffee Prince has all the oppression now.
Wow, just when Coffee Prince was backing away, he darted back in there for that wall splat. Machinehead is going to be losing the second round. Coffee Prince so far looks so sharp.
It feels like the universe is hearing the prayers of the Simbahan ni Jason, but here comes Machinehead though. He's not going to go down without a fight. His first big combo of this match, and the anti-air from Coffee Prince.
Beautiful stuff. Coffee Prince well aware, dealt with so much Akumas. Oh, this is going to be a side splat by Machinehead. Great conversion here and great creativity. Coffee Prince now at the center of the stage. Machinehead is leading in light.
The tables have turned right now for this round. Machinehead has found a bit of momentum here, and that's what this all important round for him. He doesn't want to lose game 1 so early. Remember, he needs 2 points, and the DP out of nowhere closes it out.
Jimmy Machinehead really leaning into the dark side here, utilizing the full kit of Akuma here, but now Coffee Prince still continuing the pressure and not making him move away from this wall.
Oh no, this looks so bad. Satsui no Hado doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Oh, okay. A nice little reset here from Machinehead. But one hit is going to do it for him. Oh, he gets the 2 Hadouken. But nothing is going to be enough as Coffee Prince closes it out.
Wow, that was close. I was feeling that, Doc Jimmy, that it was going there. The Satsui no Hado was consuming, but that side splat situation, Machinehead tried his best to convert it, but that was in favor of Coffee Prince, and he applied so much pressure from the start of the round till the last seconds of that, he was behind in life, behind in resources, and the pressure was just too much. But now, Machinehead can mentally reset as he heads into the second match.
It's time to reboot, and does that reboot call for a different character? It looked like his Akuma couldn't really handle the Fakumram pressure, the oppression session that was game 1. We could feel the comeback coming, but Coffee Prince that really wanting to perform well today, able to pull it off. Game 1 point taken away from Machinehead.
Yeah, and placing is so important, right? So Coffee Prince wants to earn as much points as possible. Machinehead, on the other hand, you did mention he could go for that character switch, and we just saw how Coffee Prince was so good at. We did see some success of Machinehead jumping in, but Coffee Prince, again, when he jumped in a little too much, he was able to jab him out of the air because Fakumram is a big-bodied character, so he can catch Akuma coming in.
Which is exactly how you should deal with those jump-ins. When Akuma was introduced to the game, everyone was, at the beginning, having difficulty handling the jump-in mechanic. One of the only characters that can jump in, other than Geese, I believe, to hit into a combo, which is very traditionally 2D. But Fakumram having that height, being able to jab him out of the air and convert into a float combo was, really great awareness there from Coffee Prince, and of course something that was developed over time.
Oh, for sure. And also something that you highlighted at the start, and the keys to success of Coffee Prince in that first round was he was just poking away. He wasn't going for any big launchers. He was just finding out the rhythm. Actually, no, he wasn't even finding out the rhythm. He was dictating the rhythm of that match and just oppressing him, as you call it, the oppression session. Very, Doc Jimmy trademark, by the way.
I guess so. But now Machinehead needs to figure out a way to navigate that. He did find a few answers here and there. He did get that jump in. But can he do it with Akuma? Will he switch to Geese? Does Geese have better tools compared to Akuma in dealing with this? Probably. I mean, Geese does have a parry, but I think he can only parry punches, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think he can parry everything. So that would definitely play in favor of Machinehead. But coming into that though, his Geese hasn't been up to par lately. It's been performing, but not getting him those big home runs. But this would definitely be a big homecoming for his Geese if his Geese would be the one to secure him the playoff spot. Another character that he did bolster was Alisa. We don't see that much Alisa though, but Alisa again with excellent movement. That's another way to get away from those crazy strings of Fakamram.
Ooh, it's yeah. Plus, all the chainsaws, she can dictate the pace definitely. But knowing Coffee Prince, he may have a way around it. Let's find out who. There you go. There it is. The Geese is coming out, and we have Infinite Azure randomed here. So not sure if the gods favor Machinehead or not. We'll have to see how this match goes.
I think you would favor Machinehead more because you're going to get away from Fakamram's wall pressure, charge-up moves, and mix-ups, while Geese does a lot of, you actually don't need that much wall for Geese to have that much damage with his combos, and he has a pretty good success rate. So maybe the gods are favoring Machinehead in this match, but let's see. Jab-heavy start for Machinehead.
Oh, not that time though. Coffee Prince again beginning this his oppressive nature here with Fakamram. But still, pretty quiet round. Not much happening right now. 15 seconds in, just a couple of jabs and hits. Machinehead though, nice little whiff punish there to start this off.
Wow, that's the second grab that Coffee Prince landed. Machinehead though put in red and now dead. I spoke too soon there.
No, red dead, but no redemption from that round.
Exactly. And now nice block from Coffee Prince. Machinehead still has to build that meter, but just a few more pokes away and he'll get it. Nice escape from Machinehead, and Coffee Prince still leading in life.
Right. Thunder God Cake just being utilized to its full effectiveness here. Machinehead not given a chance to play, though he has the meter. He can't find space for that pangkabuhayan back three or anything right now. Coffee Prince is just in full control here, and he is one round away from closing this out.
Oh, Jimmy, so much pressure is going on Machinehead's side now. Does have a meter to work with, but Coffee Prince, unrelentless with his offense, continues to chop away at the legs to open him up. Tries to get him with that thunder kick, but still no dice, and Machinehead is backing away.
Oh my god, and this meter, this meter was built up by taking damage and not by Machinehead dealing damage, and Coffee Prince with 7 golden letters to deny Machinehead anything.
Wow, that was a shutout. Coffee Prince's Fakamram is just so dangerous. Not even, as you mentioned, all that meter gain was from damage. Coffee Prince was just so offensive, and there's that signature Coffee Prince pose. Yeah. You can't see me. I really should ask him what the origin of that pose was.
I wish I knew, but absolute dominance there from Coffee Prince, and I couldn't help but also think that, is Machinehead succumbing to the pressure right now? He is in the danger zone, and let's take a look at that domination session, or I can't think of a word that rhymes with domination. A domination proclamation from Coffee Prince.
Nation of domination. That's a team if I heard one. But yes, here, yeah, actually, that's one way you can describe this matchup, because it was complete dominance with a capital D by Coffee Prince. Because again, he wasn't really put in rage. I don't think Coffee Prince was put in rage.
Not at all.
It was majority of it was Coffee Prince just leading the dance. Oh, there he was enraged there, but that was the one round he was able to gain, and we thought that the Satsui no Hado was gaining. And look at this, just a pixel of health, and Machinehead. Oh, the comeback was so close here, but again, just a slight mishap there, and Coffee Prince able to capitalize.
And given given the infinite stage, we did think that Machinehead would be able to use movement and get away, but somehow Coffee Prince was stuck to him like glue, never let go. He just kept pressing, he kept moving forward. Coffee Prince has to be filled with supreme confidence right now, and everything worked out.
Yeah, his Falcon Bombs all warmed up for playoffs. That's the last we'll see of him, and he ended his run here with 3 awesome points, courtesy of Machinehead. But a match to look forward to is our next match here, Kunicat versus Don Argus, ladies and gentlemen. Not the last we'll see of Machinehead, because he still has a chance. But we have to shift over to this match. Head-to-head record is 2-0, but you know what? The start of this rivalry was back in the Challenger Series, and Kunicat did get the best of Don Argus. Now, Kunicat, has been having this evolution. He's been able to deal with 2D characters, and this is a big test for him going up against Don Argus.
This is Don Argus's potential final run here, even though he is eliminated. But he can still make a statement for himself, by going up against Kunicat, his storied Nationals rival. And what a rivalry, and I believe, a friendship that is definitely a level of respect that has developed between these two players after fighting for so long, for I think a month and a half, 2 months now.
Yeah, exactly. They've been through hell and back together, and what a way for Don Argus to cap off his run here in the group stages. Against Kunicat and AK, but we're looking at the player profile of Kunicat. He's brought out the Shaheen, he's brought out the Kazumi, but he also has Kunimitsu and Amarda.
We mentioned that he had such an impressive day one. He slumped a little bit, but he was able to get it under control, and which is something that I really admire. One thing I said before, do you believe in the hype? Do you believe in Kunicat? And he has definitely made a believer out of so many. I'm a fan for sure.
Oh, yeah, I think he's gained a lot of fans, everyone watching, especially his exciting play style and the level of threat and of mix-up he brings up to the table. But speaking of fan-friendly style, let's look at Don Argus, because, man, can you think of a name that's a human highlight reel of Tekken? I think it's Don Argus here with his Eliza and his Heihachi. Win rate is 35%, total picks of 2, but you got to put a Lydia in there because he did surprise us with that.
And, with his win rate, he has improved a lot from his previous stints in the Nationals. And every time I watch him, I'm always excited. I always see something amazing from him. His key charge setups, his timing of, pulling out the EXDP, his combos, his decision-making, his grit and determination is something that you have to be a fan of. And I am definitely a fan of Don Argus.
Yeah, so it's a really intense match we're going to witness here. Both fan-friendly styled. One has to give, and they're going to give an excellent show here. Kunicat versus Don Argus. Now the question is, will Kunicat stick with the Kunimitsu, Marduk or Kunimitsu? Because he has been going to, let's say, the Shaheen, the Kazumi, and Don Argus. He might use the Heihachi. We haven't seen him use Heihachi yet after the patch notes.
Heihachi has been quite exciting. He did bring it out against Machinehead a couple of days ago to success. So yeah, it's definitely seeing a Heihachi would be really exciting. I just love how he uses Heihachi, his style. I mean, he was originally a Heihachi main, of course, before Eliza came out. So you know that he does have the experience and the ability to use the character really well. So what will be his Huling Sayaw character for today?
Ooh, the last dance, Doc Jimmy. Someone should make a documentary out of this run. We have to see also, and something to highlight with Don Argus. He's not shy. Oh,
there it is!
Sorry, you were excited to see. We see the Eliza, but you were excited to see this character.
Let's
the Jack 7 has
go.
returned. And also,
Right.
Kunicat, I believe his dad is a Jack 7 main, so he's definitely learning from the best, and bringing out the Jack now is definitely a statement, because this could be one of the potential characters he'll be pulling off in the playoffs.
For sure. I mean, during the beginning of Tekken 7's life, Jack 7 has been really strong. He's been really consistent tournament-wise, but ever since that nerf to his jackhammer, his forward one, everyone has just been running circles around him.
Wow. Speaking of running circles, Don Argus running the show here, getting a lot of life lead, and now Kunicat is forced to make this comeback.
And there you go. There's that forward one, but it gets stuffed right there by the dive kick. Don Argus is not affected. Kunicat not getting a chance to play here in this game so far, trying to go for the debug, but too far for anything.
Yeah, Don Argus was just so good with the timing of his jump back dive kick, so really catching Kunicat whiffing there. Now we see a block jackhammer. Don Argus again trying to implore his offense here to gain a blood meter.
Nice defense so far from Kunicat, really avoiding all of these mix-ups or blocking the mix-ups from Don Argus, trying to find a position there. The Jack Godfist hits air. Wow, neutral jump buttons coming from Don Argus.
If it works, it works. Now Don Argus has a stick of butter, a blood meter to work with. Kunicat, just able to not be in range of that, and Kunicat is capitalizing on it.
Wow, I miss those combos. The Jack slide right there, forward one, nothing from that, but the little finish coming from Kunicat. His Jack 7 is cooking.
Yeah, it's so reminiscent of Season 1 Tekken here. Just seeing the Jack. Oh wow, just stuffing him out of the air with that jackhammer. Still keeping him in check. Kunicat is being more calculated with his approach here, while Don Argus, you gotta be careful. Once he gains that blood meter, you gotta be on the defense.
Looking to build that up. Ooh, nice little block there, but the follow-up from Don Argus catches Kunicat, spends the meter right away with that EX dive kick. Nothing from that. Ooh, just trying to get him with that double ear slap, but nothing coming from Kunicat.
Oh, nice pokes here. Kunicat being very conservative because he knows that Don Argus is so aggressive. Oh, catches him, goes for the low offense here. Now Kunicat almost equal in life compared to Don Argus. Gets the jackhammer. Follow up that once again. Don Argus in range.
Wow.
Kunicat gets the launch.
Yeah, we're seeing the effectiveness of the forward one, but low parry Hulika moment brought to you by Don Argus here to start the 4th round. And the EXDP signature Don Argus. Here we go.
Moonglide pressure as well. Don Argus starting this 4th round off in style. Gets the counter hit dive kick. Don Argus still in a huge life lead. Oh, he woke up. Oh my gosh, assault barrage. And now Kunicat and Don Argus are tied.
The active frames on that stationary patingkalye, as I like to call it. Don Argus tying things up right away. He's feeling the rhythm. This is classic Don Argus right now.
Yeah, so now, again, stuffing him out of the air. Don Argus, again, still with the aggression. A lot of volume of activity coming out of Don Argus, but Kunicat, just hurtling up here, he was able to find an opening on his defense there.
Not right there though. Kunicat being solid, seeing that he would do it twice, blocks and gets the appropriate max damage punish. Forward one again. Gets interrupted by the jab, but he finds the launch! Kunicat, can he deal as much as he can? Not enough.
Yeah, and Don Argus again does have rage, trying to build that blood meter. Kunicat has to be very careful with his approach. A key charge said,
no!
He's not in range. It's too
far. He knows, Poch. He knows. Don Argus trying to pull out another patented Don Argus moment, but Kunicat had that scouted. He used all of his ninja information and said, you know what, this is coming, and he knew it, and he just stayed away. Perfectly played.
Yeah, I would say that Kunicat has been developing so much here in front of our eyes here in the play-ins, the group stages, and he's heading to the playoffs. From as Vermilion would say, a scrubby player, but you know what? Now he can hang with the best of them, and he's not all aggression now. He really knows how to time his offense offbeat and knows when to put on the brakes and capitalize on big situations like that. So excellent call there by Kunicat, not pushing the action.
Speaking of calls, excellent call from the Signal Ultra Warriors, picking this diamond in the rough, putting him through fire and flames, and just getting that beautiful shine. He has developed so much. He has matured as a player. He's gotten better. He's showing veteran instincts, and even just knowing that setup was gonna happen. I mean, given the situation, right? He was so far from Don Argus. He key charged okay, I'm too far to do anything. I don't think Jack had any options to reach that far. So he made, the conscious decision okay, I'm just gonna let him let it rip.
Yeah, and usually Don Argus catches a lot of people with those key charge setups. And he was excellent to just hold the brakes, be a little more patient. But now Don Argus knows that. So this is the game of Yomi we're talking about. Now Don Argus is up to bat, and he has to adjust now to the defensive stylings of Kunicat. So his Jack, I'm excited to see this Jack in playoffs if ever.
The forward one looking way better than before. It tracks better. As soon as I saw that in the patch notes, I was like, Jack has got to come back. Jack is back.
Jack is back. You know, it's been a long time coming, right? Don Argus, though, going to Howard Estate. He wants the walls. He wants the wall breaks. But Kunicat, again, he's not going to break under pressure here. As you said, diamonds are the most durable material here on Earth, and they are made under pressure. And we're seeing a diamond come out of the rough here in Kunicat.
This is going to be probably... I mean, Don Argus still has one more match later, but Don Argus still has something to prove in this storied rivalry between him and Kunicat. He wants to have a say in it. He doesn't want to go away quietly, but he's going to go down with a... If he's going to go down, he's going to go down with a fight.
Oh, for sure. Knowing Don Argus and seeing him, he's never backed down to a fight. He's always fighting, and look at that excellent opening here for Kunicat. Oh, for Don Argus. Now gets the DP, tries to push Kunicat towards this wall.
That huge stop sign there from Jack. Still so good. Again, that double ear punch. Not catching anything. Catches air. Speaking of catching, Don Argus now getting Kunicat up to the wall. What can he do? Kunicat tries to fight out.
Oh, wow. But Kunicat again. Defense is holding up so far, but Don Argus is so creative and looking for these openings.
Round 2.
Do you see how he just oppressed and oppressed and oppressed? And as soon as he was negative, he saw Kunicat push a button and he let the DP rip.
Yeah, he's just so good at finding faults and cracks in people's armor with his offense. Now Kunicat, yeah, his defense will be for sure tested against this Eliza, and so far it's so good. But Don Argus did get that first round, so confidence is slowly swinging in Don Argus's favor. Tries to fish for a jackhammer as Kunicat.
And getting away from the wall now, Don Argus puts Kunicat up against the wall, trying to initiate another oppression session here. The mix-up, the wall bounce, little wall splat. Don Argus continuing, gets another one.
Oh my gosh, Don Argus is at his most dangerous when he's flowing. And those 2 rounds just show it. Kunicat has to find a way to shut out the offense of Don Argus.
He hasn't been able to do that successfully so far. The counter hit, dive kick, double instant air dive kicks to continue the combo here. Going for the reset, and he gets it anyway, some way, somehow. And he has a full stick of butter here. How is he going to use it?
Does Kunicat trying to fight his way, going for those some offense here, but Kunicat defense will be tested. Does have rage. Don Argus now sitting with a huge life lead, and also one butter. Nice duck on the power crash, but no, Kunicat was able to capitalize. Back and forth they go. Don Argus 3 rounds straight.
That was an unfortunate drop there from Kunicat. I think he was trying to readjust his combo so he could get the wall splat and probably go for a rage art to deal as much damage as he can. It was the heat of the moment. Unfortunately, the combo dropped, and Don Argus, he's on the board. It's 1-all. He's not going down without a fight.
And Doc Jimmy, how crazy was that match that they didn't even utilize the wall? So I'm not gonna call it tatami wall. My apologies for that. Yeah, sumo wall. Like, so they don't have to pay any damages to Geese Howard because they just kept it super compact. And Don Argus just showing that he was able to mentally reset his game plan in the span of the first match to this match.
Yeah, and we have to give credit to just the players and their positioning. They really wanted to avoid any wall breaks because everyone knows about the potential for damage on this stage. And honestly, I think they played the spacing and positioning game perfectly in game 2. But now, the balls in Kunicat's court, I honestly think that he could stick with Jack and just, bring it back to an infinite stage or something because, the walls were really what Don Argus ordered.
Yeah, that's true. And he got that, he doubled down on those walls every round, especially when he was able to get those EXDP setups. He knew that he was oppressing against the wall. Okay, you can't backdash, so you have to block me. And then once he's able to find an opening, EXDP, the classics, the signature or the calling card of Don Argus. Excellent stuff. I would say maybe Kunicat I wouldn't hold it against him if he picks another character because it was 3-0. But if he does go for another character, there's the stage gods. Would it be in his favor? Because Don Argus does like to keep the fight close and confrontational.
And of course, Kunicat would like to put himself in a better position. Right now for Kunicat, I think he's more or less secured in top 8. given the circumstances of Machine Head
Ooh.
and Jason. Sticking with Jack and going to the infinite stage. So he's eliminating that wall factor.
That would be a huge advantage, especially if you're defensively sound like Kunicat. And now that he's showing us his defensive prowess, and he does like going to infinite stages even with the Kunimitsu.
Round 1.
Let's see. I think we were in Infinite Azure in game 1. Correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, definitely comfortable with the infinite stages. And as long as he takes away one of the advantages of his opponent, he's going to be fine. Hulika moment again, brought to you by Don Argus with that low parry here. Going for the setup instead.
Yeah, he's got 3 successful low parries, but Kunicat with that stop sign to the shoulder. Don Argus now almost at rage. Kunicat, oh my gosh, was sniped out again. But Don Argus dropping the combo, but getting another one in the process.
A couple of drop combos there. 2 opportunities in a row with the low parry. Very uncharacteristic. Yikes! Things working out for Kunicat in that situation. It really worked out for him in the end as well.
He jumped in. Oh wow, he's putting 2D mechanics on this 2D character. So look at that, he's learning, and yeah, he's just able to get that scramble. That's the ear slap there, and now one. Jimmy, count it.
One. First one of the game.
Oh,
debug.
And Don Argus now.
Perfect.
The groove.
Yeah.
Round 3.
Oh, so reminiscent of season 1. Debug 1. Oh, it's so good. Okay, so Don Argus now fighting again, being very oppressive, goes for the assault barrage, and does have a meter to use.
Beautiful duck from Kunicat. He knows what's coming. He has Don Argus scouted. One gets blocked. But the Kunicat looking so good here. Everything is flowing for him.
Yeah, he really just needed to open up the stage here because he is flowing, and Don Argus is the one that has to play catch-up in terms of rounds. Oh, but Don Argus gets the counter dive kick.
The delay on the dive kick, changing his downward trajectory. That is so 2D, but the Jack Godfist there, finding its mark. Oh, tried to go for a setup right there with that one charge. But right now,
dead impact! Beautiful stuff from Don Argus. Just, Kunicat looked like he was about to win that round, but Don Argus now just seizing that momentum. Oh, lets it rip with that 3-hit string. Oh, spends a dive kick, and now Kunicat has less to worry about, but still a lot of offense is coming out of Don Argus.
He has the entire stage to play with. Tried to go for the delayed dive kick again, but Kunicat learning his lesson. Nice little punish there from Don Argus. Still taking control, and the dive kick again, finding the counter hit, but no conversion again. Don Argus had something in mind. He couldn't confirm that hit at all.
Okay, Kunicat now trying to just poke his way to a decent lively. Nice avoidance of the dark wave there, and Kunicat capitalizing.
Oh! What an answer, Don Argus, but the debug! The rage drive closes it out right there for Kunicat. That sent Don Argus reeling. And what a match between these two.
And as you pointed out, these guys have been through hell and back. They've been, in amazing matches, and who witnessed them all. And both smiles coming out because they knew they played their heart out. Kunicat doing the signature Jack 7 flexes there. Don Argus thinking about that last sequence, but he with that smile, he did acknowledge, all right, Kunicat got really capitalized on that last the last sequence there. So both great job on both sides.
And what instinct from Kunicat to just let that rage drive rip at that moment. It was such a scrambly moment, and he picked the perfect time just to do it. I mean, so much was happening, wake up, one punch gets countered by EXDP, and things just went wild.
All right, let's check out the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. And something to also echo with what Doc Jimmy said. The moment I know it's a great match is if we can't analyze it anymore, we just start yelling. Because there were just so much crazy scrambles here, crazy pickups from drops, and just creativity from both these players. And you know what? Kunicat blessing us with the Jack 7 after the changes is always a welcome addition.
Yeah, I could smell a Jack 7 just looming somewhere here in the group stages, and Kunicat is the inaugural Jack 7 user. And yeah, this patient play from Kunicat really, making a statement here on how much he's grown as a player.
Yeah, so first match did go to Kunicat, but here in Howard Estate, it was all Don Argus. He was just so good at capitalizing on these openings that Kunicat was presenting, and he was really sitting on the life lead to really pressure Kunicat's defense.
And there were a lot of moments here in this final game where I felt like Don Argus could have taken rounds if it weren't for, major combo drops here. He had two big drops in the first round, and Kunicat went out to a 2-round lead, and it was just a little too much for Don Argus to come back from.
Yeah, it's not the combo drop that matters. It's what you do right after it, and that's
true.
How pro players, how you define what pro players do, because of how you're able to think on the fly if something doesn't go your way. And in that meeting, Kunicat does seal the deal there. Now I think it's 2-2, so hopefully we'll see this rivalry play out maybe in season 4. Who knows? But that's the end of Kunicat's day here in the final day of the group stage, a certified contender. And Jimmy, I don't know how we're gonna do this one because it's gonna be another barn burner of a match. Because Machinehead is coming up to bat, but in front of him, keeping him from the playoffs, is his former teammate Vermilion. This is stuff of movies.
Oh boy!
Talk to me.
Oh boy! This is you cannot write a script better than this. Two former teammates. You have the respect. You have that rivalry. And now again, I call mga ka-Jaguar, mga kasama sa pananampalataya sa simbahan ni Jason. It's time for you to start praying again, because this is it. This is it. The match that determines if Jason either makes it into playoffs or ties up with Machinehead, or Machinehead ties it up with Jason, and we go to a tiebreaker.
Okay.
Or
yeah,
Machinehead does not
one.
score a single point.
That's gonna be tough. In this match though, it was pretty dominant in favor of Machinehead, but Vermilion again uncharacteristically using the Brian here. So I wonder what version of Vermilion we're gonna see today. We might see a Lily, who knows? But as you were mentioning, the support for Jason, I want everyone also to give their love and support to Machinehead, because this is going to be his potential last stand. Meeting his teammate right now, his former teammate, that is Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion, is standing in his way. Devilgen, Julia, Marduk. He also has a Lily, a Lee, a Kazuya, so many other characters. Play-in's win rate is 54%. Total picks sits at 7.
I mean, Vermilion has been Vermilion here. But not only has he been himself, he has shown a new side of himself. He's been developing so much. But speaking of development, Machinehead, the story of the day. Can he make it into playoffs? Can he tie it with Jason? Or will he fall short? He is the number 1 draft pick. He was my choice for number 1 draft pick when the draft series was happening. And if there is a time for him to go into his final form, this is it. Again, he just needs 2 points from this match. He doesn't have to go 2 straight. He just needs to win 2-1 to secure his spot.
And it sounds doable, but going up against Vermilion, one of the Nationals vets, one of the most decorated esports athletes here in the Nationals, that's a tall order. Plus, Doc Jimmy, the pressure that is sitting on his shoulders here. He's all smiles and waves now, but he is a stone cold killer. Machinehead again. Let's see if he'll be able to secure himself those 2 points, or maybe just the 1, and let's see how it goes if we see a tiebreaker.
We go overtime?
Overtime? Who knows? I'm ready.
I mean, if you want to make the story as dramatic as possible, yeah, Machinehead gets 1 point, he ties with Jason, and we're going to a 5th and final game. We're not playing 4 games, we might play a 5th and final one. Who knows? But this is it. Machinehead fans, believers of Jason, this is your time. Mag-ingay kayo sa comment section for those who are watching on TV. We are live on Facebook. Yeah, we're on Facebook Live. We have people commenting right here. Show your support. Share the stream, because this is Judgment Day.
Yo, there we go. That's one. I've got chills, Doc Jimmy, and that's one way of putting it, because I'm recalling season 1 and season 2. I don't think it's been this tense. I don't know if it's because of the new format. We've witnessed these players since the Challenger series, but there's electricity in the air. I don't know if you're feeling it too. I don't know if the fans out there are feeling it too. It's just there, and we're gonna witness history, because you know what? It's been so neck and neck. We might even see the potential winner of the playoffs here. Who knows?
And also, this is a potential. I'm not sure, but standings wise, I'm not sure if they can meet up because it's gonna be 1-8. I'm not sure,
You're
but
right.
anyway, look at the picks that we have. The Akuma, the character that brought Machinehead to the pro leagues, going up against the Kazuya from Vermilion.
Now, Vermilion has been using this Kazuya, but it's stumbled a little bit, but you know, rest assured, and he knows how to use this Kazuya, and he will make you guess. And going up against his former teammate, I think he's pulling this off just to, really take the fight to him. So let's see if Machinehead's defense will let up. 80 to 20% prediction in favor of Vermilion.
Ooh, big fight feel right now from these two. And Vermilion starts it off with a counter hit, tsunami kick, wall damage. Kazuya is in the house.
Yeah, and pushing Machinehead to this corner, hell sweep to keep the pressure going. Vermilion is not letting go of the gas. Nice block on that low.
Wow, Vermilion in complete control of this round. Gonna get the punish. Crazy first round, crazy start.
Yeah, Vermilion, just the offense from his Kazuya is just one to be feared. Machinehead, though, gets the jump ins, also is working on a stick of butter. Vermilion now choosing to back away just so we can approach with probably some hell sweeps or electrics. Nice block on that low once again.
Hulika moment brought to you by Vermilion from the Signal Ultra Warriors. We talk about Vermilion's offense, but look at the defense that he's showing now. So much restraint. Backdashing, blocking, and attacking when it is necessary.
He's just showing a complete game right now. Machinehead gets shut down here. And now look at that. Continues the damage. Goes for a low stature kick. And Vermilion. 2 rounds in the bag.
I mean, we talk about, potentially Machinehead or Jason not making it to the playoffs. Look at the form that Vermilion is showing going into the playoffs. This man is definitely on a mission.
Yeah, but right now Machinehead is getting the better of this and goes for the wall combo here. Nice sequence here in favor of Machinehead. He's gonna get a perfect.
Machinehead not going down without a fight. Nagpakitan gila siya sa third round and he continues to do so right here.
Yes, and continued offense here. It gets the launch. No follow-up there. But now Vermilion slowing things down, not choosing to get up right away. Vermilion has to get his bearings back if he wants to put more pressure on Machinehead's side. Nice block by Vermilion, not getting too button heavy. It's Machinehead that's pushing the action.
Going into defense mode right now is Vermilion. You see him backing away. Just built the meter there, but finally the God Fist lands. And Vermilion definitely needed this. He did not need that drop though.
Yeah, all the hell sweeps are coming out. Vermilion is in rage. Goes for the mid. Vermilion's gonna take this one.
Vintage Vermilion in that final moment there. The Wavu did not go for the God Fist. Again, got the tsunami kick. Exactly the way he started that game.
Beautiful stuff. Again, just testing and showing us, Doc Jimmy, a complete package here of how complete he is in terms of this game. You saw his offense be highlighted, but also what you saw and what you noticed, he was defensively. He was very defensive as well against Machinehead when he spent that meter.
This is something that that I've been watching and I've seen him develop throughout this entire pro league. He hasn't been as wild as we are used to seeing him. He goes into defense mode and it's amazing. It's as solid as Jules, if I dare say. And
yeah, I agree with you.
And what's scary is that defense opens people up. You saw him with that Hurika moment, blocking the down 4 from Akuma. That opens offense, and then there comes the offensive Vermilion.
Yeah, and usually when you see Kazuyas, they have the stereotype of being very offensive. Wavu, hell sweep, electrics. Here, he was very patient, and he knew how to spread them out. They were very few and far between for Machinehead to be able to get a read on the timing of Vermilion, and now Machinehead has to come into this next match with not much to work with the timing. He can go for a character switch, but going up against Vermilion, your former teammate, he's probably seen some of them. So he's got to really dig in deep for him to pull out something that Vermilion has not seen yet.
And there is extra pressure, Potch, because this could potentially be Machinehead's final game in the Nationals. Because if he loses this game, he is gone. He has to win. This is do or die for Machinehead. He needs to dig deep. You said that. Dig deep into his soul, into his circuits, and somehow come up with the win if he wants to keep his national stint alive.
Yeah. Can I just also add a little more pressure to what we're about to witness? This may be the first time that we're seeing Machinehead not make it to the playoffs, because usually in Season 1, he made it to both playoffs and the conferences. This would also be the first time, if ever it goes that way, that Jason will make it to the playoffs. So again, one has to give in for one to be able to go. That's the beauty and also the downside of this amazing game, right?
All the machine heads. Yeah, all the machine heads in the comments, they had better show their support. Lahat ng mga ka-Jaguar, mga kasama sa pananampalataya sa simbahan ni Jason, mag-ingay kayo in chat because this might be it. This is the determining game, ladies and gentlemen.
It is, and man, you said it best. Like this is the point of no return. Once this game loads, we're gonna change someone's life. Is it gonna be Machinehead? Is it gonna be Jason heading into the playoffs? And Vermilion is right there, controlling the fate, if you would, of how he's gonna be able to approach this matchup. Now going to Dragon's Nest, very small stage. Wonder who's gonna take advantage of it.
And still sticking with the Akuma, Machinehead believes in this character, and he's going to put his belief where his heart is. He's going to put it where his mouth is right now. This is potentially his final game. Can he come up with a win and extend his life? Well, extend his stint.
For sure. Let's see. So far, so good for Machinehead, but Vermilion, again, very explosive with his offense. Machinehead as well, especially with the Akuma. Now Vermilion again trying to check for those mids while he dashes in. Oh, wow, Machinehead gets the launch here and secures the momentum so far in this first round.
This is a confidence builder for Machinehead. Able to find a crack in the defense of Vermilion here. Ooh, Tatsumaki Senpu Kyaku goes Machinehead.
Yeah. Oh, wow, goes for the gut punch there. Vermilion, wasn't able to continue. And now Vermilion has a very sizable and noticeable lead. Machinehead now pushing the offense just so he can have a little less pressure coming into this match.
Trying to catch up, and catch up he does. He does have the meter as well, so you know that damage is on the table for Machinehead. But with Vermilion, damage is always there on the plate, and there it is. There is a hit from Machinehead, going to get extended damage right here. Almost dead. What's he going to go for? Down 3.
Round 3.
Oh, Jimmy. Happening. One more round, and Machinehead will keep his dreams to go to the playoffs even more secure. But look at that, Vermilion catches him off the air and continues the combo.
Good job working wonders, but that gut punch counter hit again, and another drop for Vermilion. Very uncharacteristic. His execution with this character has been so good. But Machinehead now, how is he gonna do this? How is he gonna spend the meter? He's going to save it for the next round.
Oh, it seems like Machinehead's being very conservative. Vermilion now, wow, excellent movement. Fantastic stuff, but Machinehead just needs that one more round. He needs just one more round, Doc Jimmy.
He needs that round to get that point and tie things up with Jason and potentially try to clinch his 8th seed playoff spot in a potential 3rd game against Vermilion. That's going to be so tough. Vermilion though playing pretty well here. Ooh. Wow, I don't know. Spent all the meter.
He did, but Vermilion able to pass that defensive exam there, but just goes with a down jab just as... look at that Machinehead! Finds an opening. Now Vermilion gets the bounce! Machinehead! Could this be it?
He still lives, but the extra wall splat opens him up for the down 3. Machinehead is alive.
Rage against the machine, guys. Don't go against the Machinehead. One apiece. Vermilion now could still potentially get a 2-1, but I think we're all tied up, right? It's Jason and Machinehead. They're tied up right now.
It is potential game clinching, playoff spot clinching game right now for Machinehead. If the pressure wasn't high enough in that second game, it's got to go through the roof ngayon sa third game.
Yeah, and Machine Head, it's so important for him to secure this next round. Again, he doesn't want to go for a tiebreaker or cross that bridge with Jason, because again, Jason has been waiting at the wings, been watching, and he's having such Machine Head having such a, I would say, mentally straining match against Vermilion. Would have to face Jason afterwards. Doesn't want that. He wants to get the victory and get it now so he can head into the playoffs. Vermilion thinking really hard because he's potentially granting someone a pass to get to the playoffs, either Jason or Machine Head.
And just a little clarification here. If the day ends up tied between Machine Head and Jason, the tiebreaker will be played on a playoffs day.
Ooh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, that's true. But then carrying that extra weight
Oh my
to
gosh.
playoffs, do you really want that looming over your head? That's why it's really do or die time for Machine Head.
Right. So we're down to two outcomes. It's either tied by the end of the day or Machine Head clinches it. And if I am Machine Head, I want to clinch it now. I don't want to have to fight Jason for the spot. I want to control my destiny. I need to beat probably one of the best players in the country to secure my slot. We've seen him do it in game 2. He just needs to do it one more time.
Yeah, just bring out the best version of himself with that Akuma. Now, flipping the script a little bit, talking about Vermilion on the other hand, he can pick another character. He can even go for a stage. He can even go for a stage select because the walls seem to be really in favor of Machine Head. But I would say that Vermilion has brought out so much characters this season that he's really showed a wide array of his arsenal. And I believe he hasn't shown his Devil Jin that much. So I think you know what? I don't know if he'll be bringing that out.
I think he's only brought it out
Once or
No, I
twice?
don't think he's brought out Devil Jin at all. He's brought out regular Jin. So I think a role swap has occurred between Jules and and Vermilion.
Vermilion just renting out the character just for a little bit. Yeah, let me just use this Jin if you're not going to use him. But sticks with the Kazuya and going with home court advantage here. He loves this stage. Vermilion Gate.
I mean, if your name is Vermilion, why wouldn't you love a stage that has your
Exactly.
gates? He's literally he's trying to gatekeep Machine Head right now, Posh.
You said it. You said it. You said it. Wow, how poetic is this, Doc Jimmy? And here in Vermilion's gates, who will pass? Will it be Machine Head or will it be Jason? Actually, Machine Head could pass, but yeah, we're definitely gonna witness that as we head into the match.
Machine Head looking to blow the gates wide open right now.
Yeah, what a way to make an entrance, right? Machine Head just starting off with a jab, but no, we're seeing a very offensive Vermilion though. Goes for the mid. Checked him twice. Played the 50-50 game. Oh my god, he's still going.
Wow. Wow. Every single mix-up hit. He starts off with a wave low hell sweep, goes into a wave again overhead, and then he goes low again. What a sequence from Vermilion here. And the gut punch counter it again. Vermilion looking to tie things up in terms of life here, but Machine Head does have a slight lead.
Look at this, bullying him to the breakable wall here. Vermilion punishing with going for the hell sweeps even more. Look at the movement from Vermilion. He is marching forward in Machine Head's expense. Oh.
Uh-oh. Can he get the wall?
Got it.
Oh, no, he
able to
dropped.
capitalize. Oh, wait, Machine Head able to come up with a comeback. Oh my gosh, back and forth they go.
It was all part of the plan.
Exactly. Able to just come up with that victory of that second round. Now Vermilion putting Machine Head in the corner.
And not the best place. He is literally in the corner between two walls here. He has to fight out. He does have meter, but Vermilion with the real estate advantage here. The anti-air jabs working. Machine Head needs to be careful. He cannot give up this round.
Oh, tremendous.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Sequence there by Machine Head. Able to get him off his offense.
Oh.
And now spends the meter wisely.
Wise as wise can be. He's saving for another day, but here comes Vermilion with the rage drive finisher.
Enough. Okay. Enough for Vermilion to get to the potential match point. Now Machine Head backing away just a little bit just to gain some clarity of how he's going to approach this match.
My goodness, he blocked the hell sweep but couldn't get the punish. Big opportunity drop there by Machine Head.
Yeah. Now Vermilion has to be careful because Machine Head he's able to block that hell sweep. He can block even more, but Machinehead introducing a lot of pokes into this exchange.
Oh! What an answer. Sidestep into the God Fist. That's how you deal with fireballs in this game.
Rage Drive spent. Vermilion doesn't have that much resources to work with. And again, one well-placed launch would just do it for Vermilion. Machinehead goes for the mid. Talk to me, we're at final round.
Double Luigi to determine the fate of the 8th slot right now. Machinehead at a full super. Watch, this is getting crazy. Holy cow moment brought to you by SMO's Machinehead.
Machinehead defense was able to let up there, but Vermilion still on the in charge here in terms of life, but not quite there. Gets the wall though, and look at the creativity from Machinehead. Tries to continue the combo. Oh wow, splash!
Machinehead looking to clinch it. Bang!
Ladies and gentlemen, Machinehead capping off your top 8, heading to the playoffs 2-1 in favor of Machinehead.
Holy moly, what a round from Machinehead.
Fantastic performance there. Just the display of his mental fortitude and grit and his resolve to never say die. Machinehead just passed Judgment Day. Look at there, Jules.
Let's go.
The Omegas. Really uncharacteristic, them showing emotions like this. But, the weight of the moment has finally sunk in, and Machinehead is rounding out the top 8. But Doc Jimmy, I just have to say, Machinehead rises, but Jason, unfortunately, will not make it to the playoffs.
Falling just short. Let's look at the highlights there of that amazing game from both players. Wow.
Yeah, so taking him back to the first match here, all Vermilion, all his offense was just paying dividends, and it came in droves, right? He just kept the volume going and going till Machinehead was just drowning in offense. But after this first match, Machinehead was able to mentally reset. There was some fumbles here and there, but he got the job done.
But this first game, it really looked like Vermilion was in full control. We saw him in his complete form, but Machinehead able to pull off an amazing comeback. Second game, so crucial for him. He definitely put himself in the best spot possible. He rose to the occasion, and he tied things up in game 2.
He did, and in spectacular fashion as well, because I think it was 3-1, and it was opposite 3-1 again. Then once we head to Vermilion gates, again, we call it poetic justice here for Vermilion to keep him at the gate here. But as you mentioned, Machinehead burning the doors down and just blowing everything out of the water here for him to be able to secure his spot in top 8. Now, Vermilion did not go out without a fight. He passed that test, but man, Machinehead had to really dig in deep.
And just bring it to this final round, and even the combo though didn't get the wall splat, able to close it out here, secures his spot. Congratulations to Machinehead.
Yeah, so and ladies and gentlemen, this isn't the end of the day, because we're going to end it in style. We're going to see our fan favorite style of Don Argus going up against the king of the nationals, AK.
Wow, I mean, what a way to go out. I mean, Don Argus has already been eliminated, but he can still make that one last hoorah if he can take a game against AK. Just to tell everyone, even though I'm eliminated, I put on a show here, and I prove to everyone, prove to the naysayers, prove to the doubters that I deserve to be here if I can take out AK.
Yeah, and AK being, the awakened king, right, of the nationals here. He had a bit of a rocky performance towards the middle part of the group stage, but man, he made a rude awakening for everyone once he was able to come into full form with his Paul, his Shaheen, his character. I feel like he's done testing characters. He's already has his pool of characters, and people should just be careful come to playoffs. Right now, Don Argus has a big task ahead because he wants to end his run here on a high note, going up against AK. Going to the player profile of Don Argus, Eliza and Heihachi, 35% win rate, total picks of 2.
And of course, don't forget that Lydia that he brought out, which was really very impressive. I think there were a few other players who brought out Lydia as well, but Don Argus if I'm not, was definitely the first one. But talking about the return of the king, AK, in the middle of group stage, he fell off a cliff, fell into the river. Somehow he got washed up, and a horse just licks his face, and he woke up. He opened the gates to announce the return of the king, and he is back, and he's playing spectacularly, especially with his law, his geese, getting those pangkabuhayan back 32.
Back 32, yeah. Exactly. I think you painted that picture well, because he is the crowned king of the nationals. But you know what? That throne it can be contested. And we see Don Argus and AK getting ready. AK being so excited. Again, it's AK and Vermilion that have just one run today. AK making everyone notice. And look, big smiles coming out of Don Argus.
Oh, he's going to water.
He's going with water. He's probably saving the cola for playoffs. But you know what? I think he should be drinking some cola, because Don Argus is not going to go down without a fight.
Don Argus, again, looking for that one big final bang here to bow out of the nationals. And, Don Argus has to take a bow. We need to give, that curtain call for him. And very poetic. He's going up against AK. Chance to, again, show his props. And if he can come out with a win, that would be absolutely beautiful.
Exactly. What a great dance partner to send him off, right? AK can really bring the best out of anyone, and if you crack under his pressure. But I have a feeling Don Argus today has brought the best version of himself, and we're going to see an amazing matchup. I have a feeling we might even... Well, you think AK will bring out another character?
I actually need to take a look at the standings and see if 2 or 3 points is going to shoot him up past someone. But I think, AK, given that he is already guaranteed, he's in third or fourth, if I'm not mistaken. Being in the upper half of the bracket of top 8 is a really great position to be in. He can take this opportunity to try out new characters just to, battle test them and gain confidence, or he can continue to build momentum with the character that he plans to use throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. This is the best time for him to bring it out, especially just to test how he's going to approach the playoffs, especially against an aggressive play style like Don Argus. So we will see in just a bit who he will be picking. Going with Shaheen, the respect pick. AK usually brings out Shaheen when it's at his final form, but he's doing it right now.
And I think this is a perfect send-off. Give him your best. Give him your best character. The character that put you on the map, that got him second place all the way in Japan. Bringing it here to the Nationals. Talent picks. We have 10% here for Don Argus. I think I know who that 10% is, as always, but here we go.
Now we see Don Argus. Excellent retaliation here coming in. But look at that AK, so on point with those hop kicks.
That's a perfect way to deal with a dive kick there. Just, do flash kick like move to anti-air. Shades of another 2D fighting game.
Exactly. That's definitely the solution that AK came up with. Now, AK sitting with a little bit of that life lead, dodging the dark waves and just being pretty defensive. He doesn't want to just go in willy-nilly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the death impact lands flush Don Argus now in the life lead.
Not even AK can avoid that. So, Don Argus
that means
really
a lot.
putting on a show.
Trigger there on that rage art. Thought Don Argus was gonna go guns blazing to just try and get that kill, but AK able to, it was stuffed.
Ooh, speaking of stuff, he stuffs the slide attempt with the crouch one, that down jab here. Even gets a nice nifty combo after it. Beautiful conversion coming from Don Argus, and showing why he was here, why he was drafted, why he's with Happy Feet Emperors.
Yeah, he's still showing those nerves of steel here, just still being aggressive, but AK gets that orbital and gets the round. Beautiful sequence there.
Excellently timed from AK, tying things up at 1 on a piece. He went for it again, but whoa, that is how you stop the mix-up. You interrupt, sir.
And AK has been so on point with those interruptions. And this is the character that's brought him so much success, right? He's just so creative and so good at fishing out these scenarios where it just goes in his favor. Now, AK trying to fish for something big here, but Don Argus does have a meter. Oh, what? He was able to get him off a hop kick. Insane.
A little too close for the Patincalya, but here comes Don Argus, spends the meter here. He drops a combo, but gets a little consolation prize right after that. 24 seconds left on the clock. AK not yet in range. Argus is in range. A rage.
Yeah, he is also in range of getting a blood meter, but look at that. AK with an excellent punish. Good call there by AK.
I mean, another poorly placed Street Shark there from Don Argus, getting punished twice, one with a launch and one with a round-ending string. But looking to go for the mix-up again. AK, though, trying to fight out.
Yeah, he's able to get his back against the wall, but once Don Argus sees that, gets the bounce and continues the combo, Doc Jimmy.
The re-wall and the extra damage. AK looking really bad here. Nicely done from Don Argus.
Okay, final round. Don Argus really taking it to the champ here. Don Argus trying to fish for those Street Sharks, but man, AK so on point with those hop kicks.
Someone call the Coast Guard because illegal shark hunting is happening right now from AK. The block, the scout on the EXDP, but another scout from Don Argus.
But that sidewall just stuffs a little bit of the combo damage from Don Argus. Unable to continue it. Now Don Argus, one chip away here, but look at that. You're able to find an opening. Now we see AK back turn. Oh, Don Argus not letting go of the momentum here.
Can Don Argus make this comeback? He is in rage. He has 1 meter. Better be careful with his placement. His fireball placement needs to be super cautious. Okay, he tried to go for that setup again, but AK not biting. 11 seconds on the clock and he jumps!
Woo! Okay, Don Argus catching him. AK still in the life lead. AK can actually run away with this, but no, the power crush lands. AK takes the victory.
Catch me if you can, but Don Argus could not. AK closing out that first game. Extremely solid there. Argus, time wasn't on his side. AK was just content to backing away.
Yeah, that was a dangerous game of tag if you would just like catch me if you can, AK. But yeah, just his life wasn't in the best position. He didn't have rage. He was at that weird life amount where you're so close to getting rage, but then your life is just so little. So yeah, AK, excellent awareness there for him, just trying to just play defensively. He did try to go in, but the jump back worked for Don Argus, and he tried also to go for that key charge setup, but AK not biting.
Yeah, I mean, AK showing his prowess. I mean, yeah, we could see the prowess in the
oh yeah,
right below his name, literally. But you know, his veteran instincts. Though as young as he is, he's been playing for almost half of his life, or a little bit more. So you know that experience is there. And yeah, he just played that final round perfectly.
He did. Now Don Argus again. Going back to Don Argus though, like how can he think of a solution to trump this wonder boy of AK, the young god as us casters call him, because he seems pretty unstoppable. But you know, it got to the final round,
and we're going to Howard Estate. Probably this could be what prevents a final round situation for Don Argus. He's found success on this stage, especially earlier against Kunicat, where you know he just dominated against the wall. But AK, he has his answers to being cornered. Don Argus is gonna have to scout that as well.
I would say the stage also is in favor of AK because he does love going to this stage. Look at that Altair hop kick, Doc Jimmy. Oh my gosh.
AK, he's one of those players that influence young players to just start the round off with Altair.
Exactly. I mean, the instinct is there, so he does. There is logic, and look at that. AK dominant 20 seconds there.
Do it again. Do it again.
Jump back. Yeah, he did. Oh, the Falcon Shield being used. Now Don Argus using that DP, getting a little bit of the life lead here. AK trying to stay in range here, but so far Don Argus is throwing a barrage of offense at his face.
Goes low this time for the mix-up, and this is where Don Argus likes to be against the wall with pressure.
Jeez, 20 seconds also answered back by Don Argus. He's going for a time attack mode, but look at that! He hit him out of the EX. Okay, AK trying to go for the wall combo here, but unfortunate there. Don Argus has to capitalize on this situation.
I have to point out that AK saw the EX, immediately sidewalked and clipped him from the side. That was just beautiful awareness. The delayed hop kick now from AK. First wall break ever for the day. Screw attack, too far to continue.
Yeah, but Don Argus now in a pretty bad spot here. AK going for the grab. Oh, excellent stuff.
That looks like it hurts.
That was heard all over the chat here. Now Don Argus trying to find some success here, but AK catching him out of the air. Gonna go surfboarding.
Oh, beautiful counter hit there from Don Argus now. Going to get so much from this. Again, he is still only down by 1 round. He can tie things up right here, but his back is against the wall. One launch would spell disaster for him. Talking about disaster, AK just interrupting all the time.
Oh, but look at that. The death impact. Excellent stuff from Don Argus. Now AK, just a pixel health, and we're at final round. Crucial situation here. And they're just able to get this big scrambles. But look at that orbital.
Drops the combo again. Tons of drop combos come from both players, but they are unfazed by it anyway. Here comes AK though. Don Argus pushing AK against the wall. Wow, the range of that.
Holy smokes. Now, again, AK loves fighting with his back against the wall. Now it is Don Argus that has to move away. Oh, the wall bounce. AK on point there. Luckily for Don Argus, not quite there. AK making me eat my own words. Don Argus now working on a big comeback here.
Oh, that's
not
it.
quite.
That is it. AK closes it out against Don Argus. What a match that was, Poch.
Yeah, and look, just Don Argus with the adrenaline dump, just as I'm feeling right now, and AK just sipping that water. He's fine. Again, not breaking it. He's the king for a reason. He's just so good at those situations where, he just has to rely on his instinct, and he has a great read on his opponent, and he was really able to capitalize on it.
He was probably the only player that I've seen have answers to all of Don Argus's options. Let's look at that actually in the replay. He had answers to the Dark Wave. He had answers to... it seemed like he was prepared, like he was locked and loaded with everything here. Like he was doing everything on reaction. As soon as he sees any movement from Don Argus, he had a move prepared that directly counters, just like that.
Yeah, and this is a message he's sending to people in the playoffs, because his Shaheen is in full form. And if you guys, if you guys forgot, I'm here to remind you that this is my main, and this is what you have to deal with come playoffs. And AK, and so just tremendous work here in this match.
It's like he reacted to everything. He had an answer to everything. We saw the sidestep there when he saw the EX. In this game in particular, he had answers to the Don Argus mix-ups, the EX mix-ups, to the dashes and the slides. Like, he answered everything here, Don Argus, so he put up an amazing fight. I mean, if you look at what Don Argus does, right? I think it's in this round where he attempted to do like the float mix-up going in, and AK just DF2'd him out of it, like crazy.
Exactly. Yeah. And also, not to take anything away from Don Argus, he really did show up, and he was mixing his offense up pretty well. It's just that AK, as Dr. Jimmy mentioned, he was just so prepared. He was so ready for the options, and he just needed a little rounds or little situations where he needed to get a read on Don Argus. But once he got going, man, he was able to really take it to Don Argus, and he got he's ending the day in the group stage, the final day of the group stages, with 3 solid points.
What a way to end the day. I'd love to see how the standings look, but again, just like to give my respect and my best wishes to both Don Argus and Jasen, who have officially bowed out of the playoffs. We could probably give our final words later, but congratulations to both of them for making it this far. It's unfortunate that only 8 can remain.
Yeah. The 8 have already been solidified, but speaking of those final words and those send-offs, we will be taking a short break, but right after is the post-show where we can all decompress and all analyze what just happened. So ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Nationals Pro League Group Stage final day. Your casters, Potch Spice and Doc Jimmy, we're going to be taking a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Muling nagbabalik ang The Nationals. Kasama niyo pa rin ang inyong panel host na si Laika Mea. It's been an emotional-filled day. Grabe talaga yung mga kaganapan dito. At madadagdagan pa nga ang emosyon dahil kasama natin ang rookie dito sa ating Pro League. Walang iba kundi si Kunicat! Hi, Kuni! Hi, Kuni! Oh! Parang ako yung napapakouch sa pwesto niya. Hi, Kunicat! Congratulations! I am actually boggled right now because when I think about your journey, it's been insane. You started out from the Challenger Series, Draft Series, sa play-ins natin, and ngayon group stages natin tapos na. You're heading off to the playoffs. So I want to know what's going through your mind right now.
It's the same thing since day one, pretty much. I'm just here to play, really. Not really trying to pressure myself or anything. And, come at the playoffs, I've got some pretty weird tricks up my sleeve. So that's probably something that some watch out.
Ugh, speaking of tricks up your sleeve, we saw Jack earlier. What was that about? And are we gonna see more Jack in the playoffs?
No. I only did that because my dad requested me to play Jack. Because he's a Jack main, and he. I just did it for him because he's the one who actually inspired me to play this game. So, shoutouts to him. Still watching.
Aw, that's so cute. That's very wholesome, actually. So, playoffs, lapit na. Nakabahan ka ba?
Not really, since Elle and Emil are just some of the really coolest people around. They've really taught me a lot, and it's exactly the reason why I wanted to be in Signal so bad, so they could, some of their skills could rub off on me sana, and it's really been working out well. They've taught me a lot, and comes to playoffs, I'm gonna be more than ready. Fight whoever it is.
Ooh, that's gonna be very interesting to watch. Actually, speaking of Vermilion, sabi niya dati, you were once a scrubby kid. Pero not anymore kasi umabot ka na sa playoffs, di ba? So, meron ka bang mensahe para kay Vermilion ngayon? Tinawag ka niyang scrubby kid dati. Ano na? Look at me now, sabi mo kay Vermilion.
I guess my message to him is keep straightening me sa mga sparring sessions natin. I learned a lot from that. Keep beating me up. And hopefully, I can be as good as you want.
Aww. Okay, one last question. Who are you looking forward to facing off in the playoffs? And, may mensahe ka ba para sa person na to?
Yeah, the person I'm really looking forward to none other than, if I remember correctly, like players from the same franchises need to fight. So, goal is to at least have both of us in first or second place, and if and when that happens, I'm not gonna hold back, Senor El.
Oh, I like that. All right. Congratulations once again, Kunicat. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll see you at the playoffs. Best of luck. Oh my God, guys. That was a very interesting interview. But we have more guests joining us on the post show right now, and I'm talking than none other than the Tagalog master himself, Poch Pice, along with the very wise Doc Jimmy. Hey guys! There we go, there we go. So, tatagalugin ko na kayo kasi andito na si Poch para magkaintindihan tayo ng maigi Tagalog. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I want to know your thoughts on how the day has been going so far kasi personally it's been an emotional filled day for me. Predictions out the window pero hindi naman ibig sabihin ng disappointed ako sa mga kaganapan kasi as disappointing as it may be for me na bali yung predictions ko, I mean it's amazing whenever magugulat ka sa mga players natin dito. So
Right.
I love watching that. So Poch, let's start off with you. Ano ba yung highlight mo for the day?
I think it was just seeing Machinehead just show his resolve and for him to come back. He didn't have the best run with Coffee Prince, and what a huge task going up against Vermilion's Kazuya. And for him to be able to take it, just being, I would say that was the most buzzer beater moment that I've seen. For him to be able to take it to 2-1 against Vermilion, for him to secure his spot, that's the highlight for me.
Oof. What about you, Doc Jimmy?
My highlight is not any match. It's after the match when Jules and Ika just came into the camera and like hugs were everywhere. That's a team moment that we don't usually see because it's the pandemic, but we got to see it on camera, and I think that was my highlight of the day.
We love these wholesome moments, that we don't always get to see on screen or in the competition. Like as Kunicat mentioned earlier, he chose Jack for his dad, and that we see this brotherhood, this brother hug coming along. So that was really nice to see. I appreciate that as well. Now, let's take a look at how the standings are so far because obviously there has been a huge shift in the tide, So as we can see here, Maru, nasa tuktok pa rin. Hindi nagpatibag, andyan pa rin siya. Napakalakas ng performance ni Maru even though meron siyang mga games kanina na hindi in his favor. So, what about you guys? Anong masasabi niyo dito, Doc Jimmy, sa ating first half of the player standings?
Wow, this is a really strong first half. The names, I expect these names to be here. Maru, though, for me, is the biggest surprise. I told him at the start of the season that I think this is your season, and he's showing it right here.
Oh, ang lakas talaga ng performance ni Maru, no? So, Jules here with 36 points, Hapon with 34, Vermilion with 33, tied against AK as well. Pero tingnan naman natin yung second half of the player standings at gusto ko malaman kasi syempre ito yung pinaka-crucial half of the tournament today. So, Poch, ano ba yung masasabi mo sa naging results natin dito?
Yeah, if you tuned in from the second we started the Nationals to now, this second half has been changing. Kunicat, I know Machinehead and Jason have been teetering in that danger zone, but it is Machinehead with a single point solidifying himself in the top 8. So, and unfortunately, we have Jason and Don Argus will have to bow out for us to round out the playoffs.
This is insane. Like, ayan na nga yung graphic natin. It is very sad to see these two go. Pero, yun nga nasubaybayan naman natin. They gave it their all. So, wala namang regrets there. Don Argus, Jason, ang lalakas nyo. Proud na proud din kami sa performance nyo. And, I'm pretty sure that we'll be seeing more of you guys sometime in the future. Pero, Doc Jimmy, I know that you are a huge fan of Jason. Meron ka bang gustong sabihin sa kanya?
Jason's been amazing. He's made a believer out of so many. I've always enjoyed how he plays, like watching season 1, but season 3 he came into his own. So, shouting out mga ka-Jaguar, mga kasama sa pananampalataya sa simbahan ni Jason. We are proud of what you have achieved and we only hope to see more in the future.
There we go. What about you, Poch? May masasabi ka pa para kay Don Argus?
Don Argus has been a fan favorite. He's always been part of the Nationals, and he's developed this following that will just be with him till the end. So big shout outs to him. His Eliza and his Heihachi is always one to be watched, and I can't wait to see more of him and follow his career moving forward. Again, this is the path to pro, right? The path is always still there, but there's a lot of bumps in the road. So definitely not the last we'll see of these two.
Of course, of course. Poch, I am gonna teach you a new word tonight.
Let's hear it. Okay.
Bahaghari.
Oh,
You know what that means?
Unfortunately, no. You're gonna put me on the spot, so no, I don't know what that means.
Okay, it means rainbow.
Wow.
So-
okay.
I just want to say there's always a rainbow after the rain. And like I said, for sure, makikita pa natin tong dalawang to in the future dahil napaka-solid ng run nila. But for now, let's take a look at the future or our Sunday schedule over here. Let's take a look at who is... There we go. Season 3 playoffs, June 5. There you go, guys. Mark your calendars kasi ayan na. Nakita na natin kung sino ang pasok sa ating top 8 at ito na yung araw na maghaharap silang lahat. So let's also take a look at the playoff bracket. I believe na naka-ready na yan. Ayan na nga, guys. Ooh. I see a lot of colors over here. So, Poch, ikaw na mauna. Interesting match na nakikita mo.
Interesting. The one that jumps out the gate for me is Hapon versus Coffee Prince, former teammates. Now they're gonna face each other. But then again, all these matches, you can actually make a case that they're highlight worthy. But that's the one that jumps out the gate for me.
What about you, Doc Jimmy? What is
El
something that
Clasico.
caught your...
Exactly.
Ooh.
It's right there. We're starting the playoffs. First round, El Clasico, Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion, Lost Playbook Eagles AK. Wow, first round. Crazy.
I am gonna be scared. Buti na lang, as far as I know wala na tayong predictions dito kasi parang hindi na kaya ng puso ko.
It's in the contract. There's none.
A lot is on the line for the playoffs brackets and I cannot imagine. Sobrang gagaling ng
All bets
players
are off.
natin dito and hindi ko na kaya. Hindi ko na talaga kaya. So, the Nationals production team, maawa naman kayo sa amin. Now, speaking of prediction standings, dun dun dun! We do have the results ready and oh my god, she is just undefeated.
But Laika, look, Eliza's not here. Vil took over. Oh man.
Okay, so
Our group
can I
chat's
just
gonna
say,
be fun. Okay, go.
can I just say, that's what you get, Eliza Taylor, for always talking trash towards us mortals.
There we
Ayan,
go.
karma is
exactly.
real.
Yeah,
Kaya
but
mas si
shout outs
Mika.
to Mika. Yeah, shout outs to Mika.
Dude.
Humble in victory.
Galing, Mika. Congratulations, Mika, once again. The
I'm happy for
playing
Mika.
champion, but also group stage champions. Pero, watch, Doc Jimmy, grabe rin naman yung predictions. Just 62 and 61%. Sana lahat umaabot sa first page. Pero
Sana
look at
all.
these efforts. 60% for Porukun, Phil with a 59%. Pero wala talaga. Walang pumapantay kay Mika Fabella. So let's take a look at the second page kung saan mahahanap din natin ang pangalan ko. Yan. So buti na lang wala tayong elimination sa talents kasi medyo
Please.
hindi rin ako proud. Eliza
Why not?
Taylor with a 58%, Kid with a 54%, yours truly with a 53%, Raph with a 51%, and Young Rafiki with a 49%. Pero pakiramdam ko, maganda rin yung talent prediction ni Young Rafiki today kasi alam ko naman yung mga favorites niya, binote niya rin talaga yan. Now,
For sure.
let's take a look at who the top performer of the day is.
Whoa,
Yo!
Team Dave!
Wow! Pretty and fake once again. Mika and Doc Jimmy, let's go! Doc Jimmy, ano bang masasabi mo na top performer ka na naman once again?
Pink power.
Pink power. Tingnan naman natin yung audience prediction. Grabe yung 67% success rate nyo, by the way. Good job, good job. Audience predictions, kita mo na, yung audience natin hirap na hirap din with a 33% success rate. Ganun katindi yung labanan ngayon na hindi talaga natin lahat ma-predict kung sino ba yung mananalo sa respective matches nila. Kaya, don't be too hard on yourselves, guys. Except if you're Doc Jimmy or you're Mika Fabella, like, you must be celebrating by now. Pero for the rest of us, huwag tayong masyadong sa sarili natin. Okay lang yan. We are just mere mortals and sadyang magagaling yung players natin dito. Now, let's take a look at the comment of the day because we did ask, who do you think deserves a spot on the playoffs? So, ang sagot natin dito ay si Jason. Because we know everyone is trying their best, but Jason is giving his best est. Sabi ni Jeremy Andaya Edem. Best est. Ano masasabi mo dyan, Doc Jimmy? Best est daw ni Jason.
isa siya sa mga ka-Jaguar at mga kasama sa pananampalataya sa simbahan ni Jason. So yeah, he did give it his all. He pulled off an amazing 2-0 win, if I'm not mistaken, in the second match of the day. He did everything that he could. He gave his best est, but his best est was not good enough.
Yes, okay lang yan. May next time pa. All I gotta say though is, ang wala ng next time ay yung talent predictions, and sa wakas, makakahinga na kami. Unless may bagong pakulo ang the national.
Don't say that.
No. I'm just kidding.
Looking at-
Koch,
Yes.
before we go, he's already
Yes.
laughing because he knows what I'm about to say, guys. In Tagalog, bigyan mo naman ng words of wisdom ang ating 8 players na makakapasok sa playoffs. In Tagalog, ha?
Sige. Okay. So everyone, here we go. Kung kaya ko mag-Tagalog, kayang-kaya nyo rin malampasan ang playoffs.
Round of applause for Poch Spice, you guys. Ayun na, mga kaibigan, ang mumunting mensahe ng isang Poch Spice para sa ating mga manlalaro. O, Tagalog din yun, Poch. Sinamayan kita.
Yeah, thank you.
Poch Spice, Doc Jimmy, maraming salamat. Thank you guys so much for your time and great cast today, by the way. If no one has told you yet, great job, guys. We'll see you guys at the playoffs. Pero dito na nagtatapos ang ating group stages, pati na rin ang ating palabas. Have a great night, everyone! GGWP!